Hey y'all, happy Good Friday. Chuck, Vicky, Shadow Dancer, it's good to see y'all. I'm going to share a few videos. They're short, but Melvita, good to see you. Um, don't get discouraged when you see the first one. It really is good. So I'm going to mute so I can share those with y'all. I'll be right back.
Good Friday. How can one describe such a day? The wrongdoing of all humanity, putting to an end an innocent man, the Son of God. This is the story of Jesus' death by way of a cross, all in one moment bringing death to the bright light of our future. He never stopped loving us, and yet this is the incredible part of it. Our sin stopped his heart. Our sin drove the nails firmly in the hands of God. All along, these were the plans. We told ourselves that we were in control, and this was deemed sufficient for all of us. The brutal beating, the inhuman flogging, the naked humiliation. Heaven watched and saw it all. Our rebellion, our guilt, our shame, erasing the very notion of reconciling us with God. Our sin and our debt, overcoming Jesus. Here is our King, obliterated. The enemy laughing, his plans unstoppable. There's no longer the sound of freedom rising. Now God's people are utterly broken. Behold the chains of mortality. Yes, this is what is true. We had heard the stories of old. The lost are found, the blind can see, the weak are made strong. But now we are witnesses to this reality. God is dead. We'd almost believed there is a way of redemption. There is a life of fulfillment. There is a peace beyond understanding. Now we know better. For us, we can say that God is encapsulated in this one realization. The single greatest sacrifice in human history is finished. How clearly we can see it. So what's so good about Good Friday? Just one thing. That the blood of Jesus can reverse the curse of sin and raise the dead to life. How clearly we can see it is finished. The single greatest sacrifice in human history, encapsulated in this one realization. We can say that God is for us. Now we know better. There is a peace beyond understanding. There is a life of fulfillment. There is a way of redemption. We had almost believed God is dead, but now we are witnesses to this reality. The weak are made strong. The blind can see. The lost are found. We had heard the stories of old. Yes, this is what is true. The chains of mortality utterly broken. Behold, freedom rising. Now God's people are unstoppable. There's no longer the sound of the enemy laughing. His plans obliterated. Here is our King, Jesus, overcoming our sin and our debt, reconciling us with God, erasing the very notion of our rebellion, our guilt, our shame. Heaven watched and saw it all, the naked humiliation, the inhuman flogging, the brutal beating, and this was deemed sufficient for all of us. We told ourselves that we were in control. All along, these were the plans firmly in the hands of God. Our sin drove the nails. Our sin stopped his heart. And yet, this is the incredible part of it. He never stopped loving us. The bright light of our future all in one moment, bringing death to death by way of a cross. This is the story of Jesus, the Son of God, an innocent man putting to an end the wrongdoing of all humanity. How can one describe such a day? Good Friday.
Okay. Oh, that's awesome, Vicki. I didn't go. I'm babysitting. So hopefully she'll stay good. Hi, Annie. It's good to see you. I don't know if y'all can hear me. Okay. That was a little loud. I should kick her. I hope y'all have all had a good day. I know at the first, when I first started listening to that, I was like, what, what, what is this? And then it just turned around and I was like, okay, that's pretty good. There's another one I want to share with y'all that is local that I just want y'all to see it. I love it there. I've been there several times and it's so amazing. You just, you can't walk out of there feeling the same. Hi, Kim. How are you? So I got to mute again to share it. I'll be right back.
Come with us to the Texas Hill Country town of Kerrville, a community of about 24,000 located right along the beautiful Guadalupe River. The jewel of Texas is in Kerrville. That's according to Dr. Henry King, the president of the New York Theological Seminary. Kerrville is home to the Empty Cross and the Coming King Sculpture Prayer Garden. Artist and architect Max Greiner Jr. and his wife Sherry designed this non-denominational spiritual garden back in 2004 to bring glory and honor to God.
Hi, I'm Max Greiner, and my wife Sherry and I would like to invite you to the Coming King Sculpture Prayer Garden. This beautiful free art park overlooks Kerrville, Texas and Interstate 10. The garden is located on a hill at the same latitude as Israel, halfway between the Atlantic and Pacific Oceans. The 24-acre park is filled with monumental sculptures, wildflowers, 42 found maples, walking trails, picnic areas, prayer circles, with almost a dozen monumental sculptures worth over $2 million. Hundreds of thousands of visitors have already come from all 50 states and almost 100 countries. The spiritual art and the 77 Bible verses in 3 languages are used by God to touch the human spirit. The empty cross is the most symbolic cross sculpture in the world, we believe. It symbolizes the door, the way, the narrow gate, the strong tower, the mighty fortress, the light of the world, and the resurrection. 24/7 praise and worship music surrounds the giant cross day and night. Visitors find peace, hope, healing, strength, inspiration, and joy at this garden. The monumental sculptures have been donated by Beverly Paddleford, David Broussard, and my own family. This free attraction is not a commercial venture, it's a Holy Spirit adventure. It's not a church or a ministry, it's an art museum. It's a place to find God without going through religion. It's a sculpture garden where the God of the Bible is honored. The Messiah, the King of Kings, Jesus Christ is lifted up here. People can pray inside the 7-foot wide center space of the cross and give their hearts to the Lord. They can be water baptized in the living water fountain. Miracles and healings are common at this type of last days tabernacle. The supernatural Shekinah glory dust, which looks like glitter, forms on thousands of visitors at the garden. This garden is a place where the power and presence of God is manifesting every day to thousands of people.
So join the hundreds of thousands of people from all over the world planning their next visit to Kerrville, Texas. You have to come see the empty cross and the Coming King Sculpture Prayer Garden. It's open 365 days a year from 7 a.m. to midnight. It's the perfect place to bring the whole family or your church gathering. The art garden is free and they have free guided tours for your group. You can't miss the 7-story cross right off Interstate 10. It's a must-see here in the Texas Hill Country.
Okay. It's a must see. If y'all ever get to Texas, it's pretty amazing. I've been going there for years, and excuse me, actually, the last time I went there, it wasn't landscaped like that. You're welcome, Ship Kicker. Thank you for being here. Chuck, there's the link. You can grab it if you're not going to wake Vicky up. Excuse me, y'all. It's been raining. Thank God. We have been getting rain the past 2 or 3 days. And I think it rains again at 4 a.m. or it keeps raining until 4 a.m. and then it goes back up into the 70s. And hey, Chuck.
It unmuted itself. Hey, what's going on?
Can't hear you.
Is it working?
That's better.
Hold on, let me move the mic.
Okay.
Shows to be all the way up, but it shows, I don't know, is it picking up better now or no?
Yeah, you're a lot better.
I didn't know if it was turned down. I looked at my side, it ain't turned down, but.
Yeah, you're almost loud now. Stormy, raining, and windy. Yeah, we had the wind the other day and it calmed down finally, and now it's just constant slow rain, the good one that soaks into the ground. That's what we so needed. Are you making blue things pop up on my top thing? Yes.
I'm starting the live over there and getting it where people come over here, putting a link. Let's see.
Well, thank
If I
you.
get more over here. Let's see.
Except somebody's going to call you, man. Wow. Shift kicker had 45 degrees. On a sunny day.
I got your show link underneath. I guess put it in the description. Oh, I know. Well, maybe I don't know if I can do it. Let's see. No, maybe no.
Do I need to do something?
No, I pinned your link to your YouTube over here, but I thought there was some way I could add it, but I can't. Maybe on the link description. Let me see. Edit, yeah.
Did you do anything exciting today?
Huh?
Did you do anything exciting today?
Nope.
it's,
Haven't done any digging either.
Well, that's because it's so. Is it still raining over there? Because
Sort of drizzly, cold, blah looking.
That's the way it is here. Yeah, we're at 55 right now. I think that's the high. Hi, Janet. So we stayed indoors.
Okay, it popped up. I got it in the description. Called it Bonnie's Live. Come visit, and then I put your YouTube link in the description in the bottom.
Thanks. Hey, Bigfoot. Good to see you. Yeah, my little granddaughter, she wanted to go outside and to mess with the plants. And I opened the front door and I said, yeah, we're not going out there. We'll just get soaked. Oh my
Okay.
goodness.
If you want, I put it on the link at the top, but everybody says they can't get to it if they're on a phone.
Well,
Hey,
hey, Echo. Lake Ferry. Good to see y'all.
hey, Lake.
Drop the link again if anybody wants to come and visit. Checking on. Hey, Catherine. Good to see you.
Hey,
Oklahoma.
Deb. Hey, everybody.
Yeah, I think it was Melvita. Didn't see Deb's. She is here. How did I miss her?
One thing you said something Bigfoot a minute ago. I didn't see him. Or did you say Bigfoot?
Yes, I did. Dig Deeper Ministry, isn't that Bigfoot?
I think maybe.
Melvita said it was 85 there today and going to be 55 tomorrow. I'm telling you, we are having crazy weather. We didn't have a winter. That's what Tuck and I were talking about. Like, I think it froze here maybe 3 days this winter. Just enough to, if you had any plants outside, kick their butts. But, and the big ice storm that broke all the limbs. Oh my goodness. I'm still looking at my mom's property like, what are we going to do with all this? And so I said, we need to hire somebody to just haul it out. And my stepfather's, no, that's too expensive. I'm not spending that much money. But we're under a burn ban year round, so it's going to have to be hauled out.
Hey, Lake. Hey, Bigfoot. Shadow, Sharon. Anybody else I didn't say hi to? Catherine, Janet. I think I got everybody else.
You almost sound like you just woke up.
Me,
Yes.
just blah.
Can't have blah. It's Good Friday.
I got Vicky's don't feel good. Wyatt's got a half-ass fever. Andrew, I get kind of sickly. I'm not. It's just Good Friday. It's good. I made something you wouldn't eat. I made a big
Hey, Yorga.
potato chowder. And I put a bunch of shrimp, crawfish, and crab meat in it.
Oh. Yeah, I wouldn't be able to eat that. I would love to eat it.
Vicky's like, that's awesome. Loved
Yeah.
it. I made it broccoli based, so it's like cream of broccoli chowder kind of. And then I spruced it up with a little bit of Cajun seasonings and stuff.
Cool.
There you go.
Hey, Willie.
Hey, little Willie.
Yeah, when it starts raining, I don't know if it's, you would think it would knock the pollen down and knock it out of the air, or if it's mold like kicks my rear. I don't know. When it rains, we just get allergies. I had
Yeah, like I don't know. Did you eat salmon growing up, Bonnie, or could you eat it?
I've never heard of salmon gravy, but we would make the patties out of the can.
Mom would do that too. Salmon patty. The only way I would eat them is she made beans, and I'd put the bean juice over them. I still do this. That's one of the things I'll eat it if it's there, if I had to. But it's like
I had to have ketchup on it.
maybe.
And I don't know if ketchup goes with that, but
That's how I am with crab cakes.
Wyatt puts ketchup on crab cake.
yeah, I can understand that.
Only thing I like on crab cakes is my teeth.
Yeah, we would get the canned stuff and cut up the onion and.
But I do remember the salmon patty things. Yeah, making them like that. And Mom would make beans, and I'd eat the hell out of them as long as I had beans over them. But I also like putting beans over my cornbread too.
Yeah. Well,
But
yeah.
I've had smoked salmon before that my uncle brought down from the Yukon, Alaska, and he'd go up there on his hunting trips.
That's
I like
goodness.
that was good, but
Shadow Dancer, are you allergic to hot, spicy seasoning or just. Gotta have my jalapenos and cracked red pepper and.
not saying I wouldn't try it. Like, 'cause I like gravy, so
Yeah, I do too. Okay.
if you know how to make gumbo, they got something they call coubion, and it's like made almost like gumbo, but it's a blonder roux and it's lighter roux, and you put your catfish or whatever kind of fish in it right at the end, and you swish the pot and unstir it till it's done. Then you put your bed of rice out and you gently get a piece of fish, set it on top, and then scoop your stuff over it. Coubion, spelled like court bouillon. I don't know if you ever heard of that, Bonnie, or not.
No.
That's a New Orleans thing. It's catfish stew, but it's almost like a gumbo. Well, that's
Yes,
Wyatt's favorite.
Texas is hot stuff is a staple. Yes. Hey, Victor. Gladys, too. Be happy. Good to see y'all.
Hey, Victor. Been a while. I don't see him hardly ever anymore.
What thing you did?
I know. Where you been hiding, Victor?
Hey, Bee Charming. I think Bee's over at mine.
Organic habanero and garlic. Oh, that's right. I forget I see your chat too. Oh, well, they're here.
Yeah, got the little knuckle thing, the chain looking thing. I mean, just,
Yes,
I didn't know
but
if
I
you could
see
see
them.
this. You're on Twitter right now, too.
Don't tell me I'm all over the place.
It says there's 14,000 people watching.
No,
I'm kidding.
trying to give me a nervous breakdown.
If there was that many watching, we'd get overloaded with at least like 140 subs because you'd at least get 1 or 2% of that.
Hey, sassy cat.
Hey, Sassy.
Yeah, I
Hey,
haven't.
now we got Be Happy and Be Charming both. We getting swarm of bees going.
To be charming. Yep. I haven't ventured into Rumble and all that. Um,
Since
I
I'm
just
piggybacking off of you, can only do two, but normally if you're on your live through StreamYard, you can get three. And I guess we get a higher up account, we could put more, but
huh. Victor, I totally understand that. We all need a break sometimes. You know what, Chuck? That's okay. I wasn't going to get newsy, but there's a little bit of newsy that I need to mention.
go
Kind
ahead.
of it. Well, it. Uh, okay,
We do that all the time anyway, so
right. And of course, this is Travis County, Austin, Texas, capital weirdos. Mm, not all of them are weirdos. Nancy, if you're here, you are not one of the weirdos. Travis County jury finds Texas soldier guilty of murder for shooting armed BLM Antifa protester in self-defense during 2020 riots.
okay, Chef.
Does that infuriate you as much as it
Yeah.
does me? I was so mad when I saw that. And then the one that could be some trouble here, a Texas federal judge halts U.S. approval of abortion pill.
I guess that's no worse than calling that thing a victim that killed all them kids and the teachers at that school.
No, I'm just, I cannot believe the point where we are at. And I just saw potatoes fixing to do some new EO. Oh, it's about the cars. Everyone's supposed to have electric cars by 25 to 30. So
That's
he's doing some
stupid.
kind of thing with the um, exhaust, the tailpipes, because so he's doing a EO on that and on EOs. I can't afford a new car. Nobody can afford a new car. We're not going to do it.
If they gave us a car, we couldn't maintain them if the batteries went out. A, it's expensive. B,
Yes.
couldn't get the batteries because they don't have the cobalt and stuff to make them.
I'm sorry, hilarious too. I know there's good people there.
they're doing that so they can put everybody on their feet so they can put them in a 15-second city.
Yep. Oh, and I saw something that was going to make that happen. What was it?
They also said Abbott's office said he was too busy to go pardon that man in jail.
BS.
That'd be about like saying his legs are tired.
Mm. I need to I need to start checking into him and letting him have it. You know, there's some things he does that are good, but then I think he's sneaking in some things that aren't so good. Well, if it was on Tucker, he's not sneaking it in, is he? I don't know. It's and then this guy is on TikTok saying that you need to look at your mortgage contracts because he said if the currency changes, then the bank won't have that currency and your mortgage is null and void. So we need to dig out our mortgage contracts and see what it says.
Good night, B.
Yes, they do. Oh, good night, be happy. Sassy Cat, I think they're all bad. I think if they're politicians, they're politicians, period. And there's just one way to let them know who's boss, and it's just start calling them, bug the credit out of them, emails, whatever you got to do.
Yeah, Sassy, pretty much if you can put a government title around them anywhere, then they're probably bad or been influenced.
Yeah. And those cars, I've seen so many firefighters trying to put those batteries out when they blow up and they can't. And I
Yeah,
think,
them lithium batteries, Bonnie Water makes them explode. So
yeah, um, we have in the middle of nowhere a charging station. When I saw it go up, I thought, what in the world? But I knew what it was as soon as I saw Tesla on it.
huh.
This I've never seen one. So I took pictures and I was like, what in the world is this? And so somebody that was charging their car, something happened and it popped. I mean, like loud. And I thought that lady was going to jump 20 feet.
Did you see?
And
Did I
all,
see that video a while back? Didn't I? That I had where that girl plugged the charger into her car and it blew half the trunk and the whole side of her car out, the opposite side of her, but still.
oh, that's right. I forgot about that one. Well, this one didn't do any damage, but it scared the crud out of her. Yes, Sassy Cat, same. That's why I couldn't believe that TikTok from, oh, I don't know how to share a TikTok. Can't even understand what you notice. Yes, I'm probably the same way. I haven't even looked at it, but Echo, how do we not? I mean, the only way I can think of not to use it is if I mean, if that's gonna, wouldn't that shut the banks down? Cashless system, but supposedly we're already on it using the debit cards. That's why they went to that. So it would just be no cash available. And I don't know what that would do. I'm, I really don't. Um, I think Dee did a show last night about the financials and with Louie, and I think they went over all that. Deanna,
Yeah, did you also see that they're going to have a carbon limit on everything you do? So, like
yes,
all your hamburgers, and if you get a hamburger, that's so many points on your carbon system. And
I saw that. The O2 levels,
yep,
that if you're using up too much O2, y'all know what that is? Oxygen. if if you're using up too much of that, then you have to get less active. And
yeah, and if you eat a hamburger, cows fart, so that's a big charge.
no, it's of course meat. You can't have meat because it has too much O2. And so you have to eat what they want you to eat, and you have to it's no. Just no, because they're trying, and then they're going to try and charge you for every, what was it, milligram or whatever that you went over on that O2 level.
Every gram, was it $100 a gram or $1,000 a gram or some shit?
Some ridiculous, and so none of this makes sense. Here's AOC up there fighting for the Medicare for the whole country, so everybody gets free medical coverage. So nothing they're doing makes sense. It's like everything is counteracted to everything up there. It it's just, it's crazy to me.
In the window.
It's in the front bathroom. He's looking for dish soap.
That's right. God created the universe and he is perfect. And he's the one I'm going to listen to. Shadow Dancer, I'm in the same situation. I had to get some attorneys for things and had to get a equity loan, and I'm stuck.
Here you go, Bonnie. I'll send this to you.
Hey, Marshmallow Man. Probably people do more than cows. Hi, Lauren.
There you go, Bonnie.
See, Vicky, I know some isn't.
Might want to mute it. Hold on. See if you can mute it when it. I'll mute it from here. There. Go ahead.
Oh my goodness.
Doesn't he look brilliant?
Nobody's looking at him like, what in the world?
I'm a chicken. I find some of the stupidest crap.
Oh,
Here's you another one.
See, you can play TikTok videos. How come I can't? And so then I send them to you, and then you don't play them.
I grab them the whole thing off of places when I see it instead of those ones running through Facebook. It gives me issues trying to play them. I'm grabbing the whole little TikTok thing from somewhere else. Somebody else is pulling them off.
Yep. Yes, Shadow Dancer. Exactly.
There you go. Let me mute it if I can. Let's see. Yeah. Go ahead. I don't know if it's got music or not. So I'm wearing a hamper.
And she's going to sit on the plane like, you know. And
And it got a mask on.
and Chuck, when a plane flies through the air, does it emit anything that they're talking about?
It's contained. It has an exhaust, but
But that's okay.
yeah, it does just as much as cars, or worse, probably, because they say that each person that's on a plane, if they're driving a car, wouldn't put out as much as the plane itself puts out. So,
Well, didn't somebody say there was something you could feed cows that made them not?
alfalfa is supposed to cut down the smell of their farts and their poop, but
Oh, alfalfa, just for the smell. Well, maybe if they don't smell it, they won't know it. I don't know.
stupid. Them people are if they believe that, it's because they're stupid and they say it. They
That's
think
what
they think we're all that stupid.
I was going to say. Who is going out there and measuring this to find out?
Like, look at the scores. You got Mr. Hooter Girl up there. I can't see how these people even pass a college entrance exam, let alone being able to play tic tac toe with a chicken. Yep, Anna, they're full of shit as a Christmas turkey.
Yeah, pigs probably would be worse. Do you have YouTube on, Chuck?
I'm fixing to roll cigarettes. You're probably hearing me move stuff.
No, I was hearing an echo. Oh, I don't hear it now. Okay, never mind.
I'm gonna mute for a second.
Okay. Yeah, so that's um we're gonna be moving pretty quick. We're already packing more stuff up and everything, and um
Hey,
actually, hi Cindy, I couldn't sell my house. It's been on the market for a year now, and um it's half the price of anything around me. And so I just decided my son-in-law wants to rent it for employees, and so that's what I'm going to do is just rent it to them to pay for what we're doing at my mom's, and just keep paying on it until it disappears. It's going to take a long time.
hey, Bonnie, with that, if you can rent it and you get more out of it than the actual house payment is, just throw it all at it every time, and that'll make it go quicker. And
Yeah, I know, but we have to use it
for
to
the other,
out there. Yeah.
that was nice. Rolled a cigarette without a tube on it.
especially if they start messing with Social Security. I haven't seen anything else on that, so I don't think that's going to happen either. I'm just hoping that the Senate doesn't let all these things through. But well, I'm not even going to ask it because it doesn't matter because we don't have to follow it. CFS. That stands for chicken fried steak in my mind. Without CO2 is necessary for plants. If plants don't get enough CO2, they don't thrive and they don't make and live out. Yep, that's true, Echo. Amen, shift kicker, and that's how we do it.
Okay, I got a few of them last me a while.
Don't comply, we will survive somehow, some way. But we need to start thinking about how this new everything is going to work if all the old goes away.
Everybody gonna have to grow corn and start making a still so they can use whiskey for gas.
Yeah.
Basically, what all they're doing is like, okay, let's see what kind of stupid crap we can come up with, and we'll say this stupid stuff because we know that everybody is gullible and stupid and they'll believe it. That's what I hear every time they come up with it. It's like, that's an insult to my intelligence that they come up with this.
Yes. Hey, Nora. Yep, barter system, definitely.
Hey, Nora.
Well, I'm not saying I'm that intelligent, but if I can see everything's all jacked up, I don't think it.
You're good enough to know that you hear a dumbass when they talk. I wasn't trying to insinuate you were. They're just plain out dumbasses.
I know.
Look at all the idiots that were wearing white back 2 years ago. Looked like the little witchcraft club that they had in Congress. That little section of the ones all dressed in white.
Yes, I remember that. That's when they tore up the thing. And
It took 4 or 5 of them to hit an IQ of 50.
so that award that he gave Rush Limbaugh, was that the Pulitzer Prize? Or
I don't remember. Somebody else might.
somebody was asking in chat the other night, and I was trying to remember what they called it, but I knew that he had gotten some kind of award. Didn't you show something, Rush Limbaugh, on your show? Limbaugh?
Me?
Yes. On your
I
channel?
might have been something somebody else showed if Rabbit was there or something.
Hmm.
I may have. I can't remember what it was. No, somebody had that on yesterday, didn't they?
I think so.
We're talking about Rush Limbaugh. Then they tried to say, yeah, whoever it was had the thing on there with JFK Jr. trying to say that, and then they were saying that Rush Limbaugh was Jim Morrison, and
Yes.
that wasn't me. I can't remember who had that.
Ronan.
Why said he think it was Ronan? I don't know if Ronan was sending anything to you last night.
I don't know. There were so many things going up. Oh, it was the Medal of Freedom. Shift paper. Thank you. Yeah, he was looking really bad when he got that award. And those people in white did not like it at all. What's FedEx going to deliver?
Here's another Darwin Award winner.
Wait, just 1 second. Oh, Cindy, I'm sorry. Okay, here it is. You know what? And that's what I couldn't figure out too. During that whole time, they were grabbing the gas pump handles just like that and touching everything. The keypads on the on the at
Yep.
the register for your card, whatever. They were doing all that, but masks. Well, some people were wearing gloves, and that didn't work so well either.
Yeah, you remember too, they'd have the plexiglass up and you'd have to go past it to pay, or you go to the little credit card machine, you'd have to be on the other side of it, or they'd call you down there at the other end to talk to them. It's like, what's the purpose of this? Oh, all the germs in the room are going to be attracted to it on that side and your side, not go around or over. Or
Well, um, when I got that bacterial pneumonia years ago, 3 years ago, almost four, um, we didn't know where it came from. It was in June. It was hot. It was, I have no clue. And so the girls were being really cautious, and the paper towels that they have to dry your windshield or whatever, they would use those whenever they'd pump the gas, or um, hand sanitizer if they had to touch a door to a building or something. But and it was just habit for them back then because they were so afraid of getting me sick again. I felt bad for them, but at least they cared enough to try. Whether it worked or not, who knows? I know God had his hand in all that.
Trump removed mattress tag in 1997, indicted. It's a Babylon Bee spoof.
Her son would walk up, pay and spray fart spray as he left, and then take off their mask. Yeah,
Guys, it's day 3 of being a girl. The fact that this person got up, thought to themselves in their head, I'm going to be a complete loser today, and buy these little clothes.
agree.
You remember they used to call beers tall boys?
Remember, yes.
And they say now Bud Light gives pounding a tall boy after work a whole new meaning.
Yeah, mostly the radios are just for listening. So you know what's going on. Just listening. Once you try to talk on it, then you've given yourself up. Sort of. God bless you, Shadow Dancer.
Now Jack Daniels is embracing that shit.
Yep, I saw that. And people are mad that they ruined Jack. I'm not going to accept it. I'm not going to let any of my kids, grandkids, see it, be around it. No. Dee was showing one earlier. It was it was for a charity, and so all these men were wearing high heels. It was some kind of thing for women, like put the shoe on the other foot, and so they're wearing these high heels. There was a cowboy with chaps and everything, and they are. It just looked like you were in a strip club. It was not. It wasn't good. And yes, there were minors there. I just can't believe what they're allowing. Not allowing, they're pushing it. So does it put pressure on men? I was reading an article from a therapist that she's a marriage therapist, something, and um, with the man and woman working, that it was putting more stress on men. That's why there's more divorces. It, she was just going into a whole lot of stuff, and I was, I wonder if that's really happening. Do you feel inferior, Jeff?
Uh,
Do you feel inferior?
no,
Do, do women make you feel inferior?
no. Only one that can make you feel inferior is yourself. No matter what anybody does, you have to decide.
Thank you. That's what I say. Yes, it is a mental illness.
If anybody knows anything somewhat mechanical, Bud Light, the new word for it now is tranny fluid.
That's true. Hilarious too. They're not healthy for women or men. We had this teacher that she wore high heels. You could hear her walking all over that school. We knew when she was coming. And she was an older lady then, and she did that for ages, and her feet were so messed up. I tried doing it wearing high heels to work one time. About an hour in, I was like, I need to run home and change shoes, please. So they let me take my break, and I went and changed. I've been watching that 1883. Well, I don't know what it is. That what it's called?
Yeah, the one way back.
Yeah. And well, the first one says 1883, and then it has different titles for the others. So wasn't sure.
You got 1883 and then 1923.
Benjamin. I don't quite want to live like that, though, Chuck. That was like fighting for your life every day. Then the life expectancy back then was what, 40?
Something like that. Some of the older people lived no longer than that, but
Yeah.
it says here the commies invented racism. Racism is a psyop dividing the people.
That's why I played that one the other day. That was in a communist prison. We don't have it near as bad as we think. We have more freedoms than we think we do. And that's why we can't let all this get to us. We've got to keep a sound mind, stay alert, and just keep an eye on anything that might affect you personally or your family. But at the same time, know your friends. Know your true friends. No, that's true. Hilarious too. Armor of God. Yes, Vicky.
Dear black people.
I'm going to save that. I don't know if you want to see it. It's got all this stuff that perfectly explains black and white and everybody else. You want to see it? Put it up. It's nothing nasty.
Yeah, and if it won't get me taken down, it's fine.
I don't think it would because I'd put it on mine.
That's what my granddaughter tells me. We're all one shade of brown. And I was like, that's kind of a true statement there because we're not white. White is white.
Yeah, white is what we're looking at here on StreamYard.
Yes.
Dear black people and dear white people, watch this video in its entirety. I have something to say. I have a chart And what this chart does is breaks down and shows you the different skin tones of brown. Now, I'm gonna need for y'all to hold on to your seats and really look at this and study it with your mind, because this is going to be groundbreaking. After this video is done, duet, stitch, and show it to everybody, because today is the day we end black and white. There is no person alive that are any of these colors. These are the shades of brown. These colors are the color of every human being that walks the earth. If you can find the color of your skin on these shades of brown, you are not black and you are not white. I'm sick of falling for the same social construct, and I'm sick of it going from generation to generation. Today it stops. We will no longer refer to anyone as black or white. Puerto Ricans, you're brown. Asians, Afro-Asiatics, you're brown. What we call white people, you're brown. Black people, you're dark brown. And now it's us, the human brown race, versus the elites who want to be called white. We are now all brothers and sisters. We now begin to strive for unconditional love, unity, and equality amongst ourselves. A socialist democracy is what's needed to eradicate this nonsense called capitalism, communism, any of that mess. It's time to come together.
I don't know about that last part, but
Get rid of the isms.
yeah.
Yep, if you're yellow, you might have jaundice.
Let me see if I can shift. Shift, do I have your email?
I do if you don't.
I'll send it to her through Facebook. I don't know if she can grab it. If she... You want it that way, or do you want it emailed?
He said, cool.
Link, let me see if I can find the link.
Yeah, I remember when my mother was kind of olive toned.
Sent the link there. Shift, I'm dropping the link here.
Some people are shady.
And here's for anybody in here that wants it.
Where's that?
That's where that video came from.
Yeah.
Telegram.
So Snafu put something on the community page. And Snafu put something on his community page. You know, Snafu Radio.
Yeah.
And it says, Biden is married to Stephen Owens, who owns Dominion Voting System. Who owns Dominion? Do you know?
I remember the name. I don't remember anymore.
Well, we thought it was George S.
No, he just rolled at the one guy that had it, that one that took off running and was hiding. And
Oh.
S is just the money behind it. Get away.
Doesn't matter. They get away with everything.
Can you hear this when I click this?
I want y'all to know there's no such thing as a white person.
Yes.
My brother.
You hear that?
Yes.
Let me mute it for a second, see if it's all right, and maybe put it over here.
Rainer. Who's Rainer? There was another apartment fire in Detroit.
Yeah, you can put this one up.
You see this? Interesting TV commercials today. One was a warning about the U.S. power grid and technology by U.S. made cell phones, computers, and other technology devices.
Bad thing is everything that's made here, parts are bought somewhere else. Hey Ed,
They had just won 3 chess games. Cool. Commercials supporting e-vehicles showed sheep wandering streets, going from gas pumps, eating the paper receipts.
yeah, I seen a video the other day. It wasn't on TV though. It was them driverless cars,
Uh-huh.
and
White
they
people. I want y'all to know there's no such thing as a white person.
Yo, my brother, what is happening? I'm so glad you posted this because we have a movement that we've started called One Race, Many Colors. And I'd love for you to jump on it and make some content and hashtag it. We got t-shirts for minimally melanated brothers and sisters, mediumly melanated brothers and sisters, and maximally melanated brothers and sisters. We need to let these fools out here know that they're not going to separate us by this fake thing called race anymore, right? So check it out, man. Follow me. I followed you already. And let's push this narrative forward so that we can all make sure that we are of one family. Also, check out Gen X Crazy Train. I think you might like it.
Yep, that's good. I'm glad they're speaking up. And
yeah, because they talk about race. Race ain't color. Race is human race, and that's all. Unless they're aliens or something, then they're not another race.
but if we say it, then they say we're the problem because we're the supremacists, whatever thing. Sleepy sounding folks.
And that's kind of crazy. You look at any other country over there that Poland, Egypt, Egyptians are there. India, Indian people are there. It's like they want to say because a continent's prevalent race is whatever it is, then that makes them racist. Not really. It's just the way it is.
So when you share a TikTok video, do you mute?
No, just then I just grabbed the video and one I downloaded and grabbed it and just put it in where it says present find video and I just click it and it puts it right there. I don't have to hunt it down or nothing like that.
Oh, you download it. Maybe that's, I don't know how to do that.
Just if you're at TikTok or wherever, you right click on it and save as and
Yeah, I don't have TikTok. It's they're
or not
usually
TikTok,
sent
but
to me in Messenger.
Telegram. I meant Telegram.
Mm. They're sent to me through Messenger, and then so I can't figure out how to share them.
Here's your King of the Hill picture. I have to pull the picture up first. Hold on.
Not one replacement battery available in the U.S. and they cost $2,500.
Is that for an electric car?
Mm-hmm.
That's a cheap one.
Benjamin, I'm a supremacist. Sausage and mushroom supreme.
There you go, Bonnie. Makes me think of back when I was a kid, how the neighbors would hang out. Not quite to that extent, but it's still cool.
It is. That's neat. I saw where a subdivision is getting together to have a huge yard sale. Like it's like a circle to go through the subdivision, but it's long. It's like really long, and so they're all getting together and have stuff out in their yards and just drive the circle.
Huh.
Oh, you have a good night, Ed. Tell them hello.
Here's your King of the Hill one. Really King of the Hill, but
That's gonna get me in trouble.
huh?
They aren't saying anything.
It didn't say anything on it, just had that picture.
Oh, okay. As long as
Give
it just
a little flare. Looks like Grateful Dead's one. One looks like Journey. I can't tell what the other two are.
Tell mom there's gonna be two in there for her.
Two
teddy
what?
bear.
Pigs and not 2-4.
All right.
Same here, hilarious too. Need to remove that.
Yeah, I was clicking to do it.
Okay.
He come in here and said something to me, and I just kind of like, yeah. I made Wyatt laugh last night. A little meme I found that said, "I was so drunk last night, the cops pulled someone over on TV, and I hid my beer under the couch."
Uh,
Here's your nostalgia picture.
uh,
Remember the bottom right corner that our paperwork we get, and everybody'd smell them. Mimeograph or whatever they call that, and then everybody would hand out tests, and everybody hold it up their nose and smell it.
yes. Flashcards, a real clock, pencil sharpener, chalkboard.
Yeah, that's a decoder for people that don't know cursive on the top. Hey, Frank.
Hey, Frank. Yeah, I need to work with my oldest granddaughter with the cursive. She's left-handed. I don't know if that's the reason she didn't get it. She just, but then everybody says they're not teaching in schools, so I guess that's the first thing we learned was our name in cursive.
Yep.
That's right. And even you could print and just put loops and connect it. Sometimes. You have to hold both all of them. I said, just scribble. Just scribble out a name for a signature and quit trying to make it all pretty. Make it totally unreadable. Wonder what happens if we change our signature.
Huh.
Would it break down all the system? That might be worth trying. Okay, Shadow Dancer. Oh, she writes novels. That's awesome. I'm losing my voice.
You been hollering?
No.
Racism was almost dead in America until Obama.
Imagine that. Yeah, I remember him really pushing that. Well, you can't laugh and not share it, Chuck.
Okay, I'll grab it and put it up.
We may be looking at the end of capitalism. One of the world's oldest and largest investment banks warns. Isn't that a good thing? Not
Yeah,
to have capitalism? I'm going to have to read that one.
you see
Yes.
it. It should have been on there at the bottom. It says that people don't need that kind of negativity in their life.
There you go, Cindy.
And they wouldn't even know it.
Yeah, there was something about that too that they're fighting over again. Um,
Yeah, that was yesterday or the day before, Deb. We played it back room, but ain't nobody gonna play it on.
yeah, we can't.
Hey, Lisa. Hey, all.
Lisa, of First Kingdom. Only boomers have a sense of humor. Very true.
I seen a video earlier that said you can tell in a restaurant when you're in there if they have Heinz bottles on the table, if it's actually Heinz or they're doctoring it or putting cheap ketchup out. The ring around the Heinz label, the red color is the exact same color as the ketchup. So if it's any different colors, either something wrong with the ketchup or they're doing something to it or it's cheap ketchup.
Oh, wow. Hey, David. Yeah, I've seen where they watered them down. Usually with vinegar, I think, or something.
Hey, David.
Can't post the link to what?
I think I remember when I worked in a restaurant and they said if the ketchup's a different color than that circle, that ring around the label, then it's bad.
Yeah.
I don't know. You said you worked restaurants. Do you remember them saying that?
No, and they just told me if it comes bubbling out, because we had the squeeze.
Squeeze things.
Yeah, because we had a gigantic ketchup. We didn't get it by the bottles.
Oh, the little red one for ketchup, yellow for mustard, and white for mayonnaise one.
No, yeah, the squeeze. Yeah,
That
with the
little
pointy
plastic
tip.
deal with a little cone point thing on top.
Yes. And so if the ketchup was bubbling out of it, it was not even good. I'm looking, Dad. I'm trying to see what's up.
No, David, you're a form of brown.
Thought she was not here. Almost positive.
Hard here.
Whoops. Yes, she's not.
A relationship tip for men: tighten all the lids on the jars in the house. She'll have to speak to you eventually. Should say over tighten, but I've had some of them jars I couldn't get open. Vicky did.
I have this nifty tool that I got from Pampered Chef ages ago, and it screws up under your cabinet and it opens anything, from a soda bottle to a jar, like a pickle jar.
Yeah. I know the one you're talking about. It's either it looks like a kind of like a plastic tool thing that fits over multiple sizes.
Yes, it's got like metal in there with ridges, and so
Yeah,
it grabs hold of it.
there's one around here somewhere. Mom had. That's why I said somewhere around here. 'Cause last time I knew it was here, I went to use it. Somebody asked for it. Don't know where it went. So
Oh, and see, Debs, if you were asking if you could post the link for that thing, yes, you can. For the Bud Light thing, something. Ghost peppered beef jerky. Sounds good. I didn't come very prepared, did I? Sorta, but not. What did I just do? I keep doing it wrong. Oh well. Try again. They put this new feature on, David. I think it's new.
Yeah, I send the stream over to, if I'm on through if StreamYard, I can send it to restream it to get. I do it to grab people to come over here. I'll do the same when I'm at 10.
Yep.
Kind of combating their system of not giving anybody alerts when somebody goes live or what have you, but it really doesn't matter. It just doubles the chance maybe somebody will see it. Which I guess double of zero is still zero, but
Yeah.
I'll be right back. Andrew's hollering about something.
Okay. Yeah, on tens. I think it was last night. Bushcraft and Chuck were sharing it at the same time, and something was played, and so Bushcrafts went down, but I don't think Chuck's did. I have to ask him if it's still up. Ten's getting really brave. How is she plays? I need to make a second channel so I can get a little braver, I guess. Simulcast. You want a song while we're waiting for Jack? I don't know what kind would be good for tonight. Oh no, hilarious too. Yeah, I've heard there were words we can't say, and I've probably said them. I don't know what the words are. Somebody shared me this with me today. I'll play it. Let me hit my echo cancellation so I don't drive y'all insane. Where's that at? Settings. There it is.
Highway run into the midnight sun. Wheels go round and round my mind. Restless hearts sleep alone tonight. Sending all my love along the wire. They say that the road is no place to start a
What's that? Right here. Okay, clear. Boy, how'd she hit that high note? That was insane. Yeah, Lindsay did. Old school Pete. That's not cheesy music.
Just we got to jump through hoops on YouTube so we don't get in trouble.
Yeah, but she did that amazing.
I got another bowl of that seafood chowder stuff I made.
Excuse me.
It's been sitting 4 or 5 hours.
On a burner.
You see how they came out?
It's been on the stove, but it's been off.
Model pictures of one here.
Yeah.
Perfectly made.
Who's excited? He makes pigs in a blanket. He said they're pretty. Here.
They look like ones you look up online and you just see them on Google Images.
Let me get the camera on.
Oh, Cindy, I would love to see that.
He said they're perfect.
Yeah. Cool.
He loves them things. Hot dogs and cheese, and he wraps a croissant around them.
Yep. Cindy got one of Hawk's white puppies.
She did.
That is so cool. Okay, who's got constipation issues?
Hey, Daniel.
So, Deb, what are you up to? You come up and chat. Making him hungry.
I wouldn't mind. It's Good Friday. I don't eat meat. I still practice mom stuff for Lent.
You know, that's something we never did. And I don't know. Is it Catholic?
Yeah, Catholic. I think some others do it too. The fish on Friday, especially Good Friday, nothing but fish, vegetables, and stuff. But can't have beef, pork, chicken, squirrels, deer, any of the other stuff. You can have fish, shrimp, stuff like that. But
Yeah. Chopped steak and baked potato. Yep. I don't know. I don't know why David's not shipping me those good foods he eats. But I'm just gaining weight. So my youngest
bring you
daughter,
over here. That link will bring you to Bonnie's.
my youngest granddaughter found my Nilla wafers, and now I have to hide them because she is.
She get in them too.
She keeps coming in here. Cookies. Like, you can't eat all my cookies. Hey, Deb.
Hey. How's
How are you
everybody?
doing?
I didn't realize y'all are simulcasting. So, like, half the people are over there. I didn't go over there and check.
I think a bunch of them come over here. There was more earlier. Now there's like 10 there, unless somebody else started and they went somewhere else.
Well, glad y'all are on.
Well, there's probably a lot of lives tonight. I had an email and all it said was, Bonnie, are you still with us? I'm like, I guess I need to go live. It's been a while.
You almost got 2.
Almost got 2 emails.
Or a message. Yeah, I was gonna give you a little message. I was like, groupies for Chuck and Bonnie are jonesing. We're jonesing. And we want our Bonnie and Chuck back.
Yeah.
I know the pressure that we put on you. It's like it's hard having fans and groupies.
Yeah, I've been going on late anymore. When I do it after 10 and stuff.
Man, you just bugged out the other night after 10s. I thought maybe you'd stay on for a little bit. It was like, bloop, he's gone.
Yeah.
You were tired, I think, though.
But Bonnie knows I've kind of had it with the way some of the stuff that keeps going, and it was one of them.
Yeah, it's just like, I don't know, back to basics, right? Everybody just back to basics.
Night shift kicker.
Good night, shift.
God bless you.
Night shift. So you said Lisa got, or Cindy got a white shepherd?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, cute.
Cindy. We go way back up there.
Yeah, David, my youngest and my other kids said ketchup's a vegetable, so they eat vegetables.
Actually, it's a fruit, isn't it?
I had to berry with tomatoes or berries. So.
Yeah, I take supplements too. Chuck, do you remember whenever I said that I got my mother the natural dissolvers of the kidney stones, and she said she wasn't going to take it? Do you remember that?
Yeah.
It's been a minute, but so she was talking to me today, and I was telling her, because she said she ordered something all natural off of Amazon. I said, Mama, I brought you pills from my nutritionist, but you wouldn't take them. And she said, when did you do that? If she cannot remember for nothing. Then when I told her what she said, I would never say that. And I said,
so she didn't take them and you still got them?
She has them.
Oh, she has them.
I don't know if she threw them away or what, but they were for gallstones or kidney stones. And
oh my gosh,
that thing I sent y'all about castor oil, I get rid of them too.
Yeah, she won't take that, I'm sure. I don't know.
Man, I just don't ever want one. I've heard guy stories, girl stories. It's just not a pleasant thing.
Yep.
My little calcium whatever can just go float around. I don't need it to make a stone. Whatever makes them. Calcifications? I think that's what makes them. I don't know.
That it's calcium and then fats do it.
Oh, yeah. Really?
It's several different things.
Sodium. But if you drink a shot of the apple cider vinegar with a butter in it and put some lemon juice and a little dab of olive oil with it, drink one of them every morning, it'll fix a lot of that stuff.
You know, I did for the first time 1 drop of iodine because I got a thyroid problem, and I actually felt better. Like, it was weird. It was just 1 drop in a bottle of water, and I had read about it and stuff, and I don't know. I got a cyst, so I figured, take something good for your thyroid. I don't know how often people do it, but it was just like, this ain't that bad, And I don't know. I'm kind of detoxing. I did like milk thistle. I don't know if you know about milk thistle, but if you want your liver detox from everything you've drank for the last like 30 years, do a round of milk thistle, and you will
detox it in or help regenerate.
It's actually like tar. I mean, seriously, it will take the tar out of your system. Yeah, it's an amazing thing. I've been using that off and on for 30 years when I don't drink anymore, but
Hey,
it's always,
Ridge,
it's always good if you're taking meds or something to do it.
you can get actual milk thistle out in your yard if you have it out there and boil it or squeeze it out and have those dots of it and it'll do the same thing.
Yeah, I saw less of the different things I used to see. Like I used to see those silver dollar plants. Do you remember those? They would dry and they would look like a clear. They were round leaves, and when they dried, they were clear. And people would paint them, and they put them in vases and stuff. And milk thistle and milkweed, different things. I just have seen like over the years less and less of it. I haven't been in, like gigantic farmland, wide open spaces, but I've been country,
Any of it, however you can take it. All for his kingdom. Yeah, tell him, say, okay, if you'd rather take your treatments they give you made out of petroleum products instead of actually taking something to help you, then
yeah, common sense is good. We got to make decisions based on us, and we're all different. But I ain't gonna be sucking on petroleum. Huh. I guess petroleum jelly's all right though, right?
yeah, it's like saying, if I drink some of this motor oil, which part of it will help me?
I do know. I found out that transmission oil stops rust or slows it down. I never knew that. I found that out.
Transmission fluid, you mix that half with like diesel or kerosene or something like that, and it's better than WD-40.
Yeah, the thing I just want, because they don't grease cars anymore, they don't grease fittings, they don't do, some mechanics will rebuild CV joints and stuff, but it's just like all that stuff starts,
everything's throwaway.
Yep.
Hi, Ridge Runner.
Yeah, Ridge Runner, do some research into castor oil too. You can put it on a bandage and it'll help stuff. It'll help like psoriasis, arthritic joints. It'll help people if you make a pack and wrap it and hold it around your abdomen. It'll help all kind of abdomen issues, whether you got stones or.
Just be prepared for it to be shed, though.
CBD, yeah, it repairs and pushes stuff and dissolves stuff
and it goes away.
They said one lady, they was talking about that video, I think I sent to Bonnie, she had a tumor on one of her breasts, and she put it on a few times and it went in for surgery anyway, and they measured it after surgery, and it was it 3 weeks or a month that she did it, and they pulled it out. He was all confused because it went from a 3 centimeter to a 2 centimeter, and was like, why'd you even have it done? Well, I didn't know, and they had it scheduled.
Well, I heard that people have put it on cancer tumors on dogs and people and had it work.
Yeah.
That's like amazing stuff. And it's all that stuff I was talking about, like the iodine, the calamine, the just plain old rubbing alcohol, peroxide, bleaching water, blah, blah, blah. All these things that we grew up with because we didn't have 13 kinds of Windex and 20 kinds of cleaners, and it's just, there's so much to choose from now. It's just almost confusing, and it's like, oh, it's always new and improved. I love that. New and improved 409.
Yeah, I remember my friends that I grew up with. Dad, you get ant bites, WD-40 or Windex. If you get mosquito
Really?
40 or Windex, or either one, whatever. He'd wipe it on it, and he said, if it don't help, it keeps you from scratching at it.
Well, the ammonia actually it's kind of like a bug repellent too. I just I have to put trash bags out. I don't have a can that I roll out. So I just spray bleach water because they don't come for a few hours until after late. So I just spray the bags with bleach water and no critters come near it.
Yeah, Ridge Runner the other day, or it's been a week or so back, we went to Tractor Supply and bought some of that. And I bought a 6-pack. Hell, a 6-pack of those was a lot cheaper to get. It was like 40 some bucks.
Really?
For that Ive.
Yeah, I was wondering because there's different kinds. I've tried different kinds, and the one I get, actually, I found one for $9. I don't know if it's the same one you're getting, but
this one's a smaller white tube. It's got the same amount in it, but looks like white toothpaste looking stuff. And the other was like yellow looking jelly.
There's one that's orange. There's one that's white. There's one that's apple flavored and clear.
That yellow jelly looking to me that's apple.
Yeah,
don't taste like apple. Might smell like it.
Yeah, it kind of tastes like apple.
The white to me tastes like you licked your hand after you put lotion on.
Yeah. There was an orange kind that I got that was pretty kick ass actually, but it was I think it was $19 for one. But like you said, you can get the same stuff, actually sometimes better if you read the ingredients. And that one was $9.99. I was like, that's sweet.
Wait, Walmart has it?
Oh yeah, you can get it probably not in store, but you could probably get it shipped. Like if you do the $35, you can either go pick up groceries and they'll do that as part of the shipping if it's part of the 35, and it's free shipping. So if you get some other things from Walmart, you can actually get that shipped to you, but I don't think they have it in the store.
They'll deliver up to 30, 40 miles to you too if you order a bunch of stuff at the Walmart to your door or whatever. So
yeah, they don't have that here yet, but it's kind of like Instacart sort of, but it's actually a delivery service. And now they're trying to sell a package that's like $99 a year or something, and it's like they don't come out to deliver, but they'll UPS or whatever to my house. So yeah, I ordered $35 worth of things I need, like random things like foil and cups or whatever. And just throw one of those in. You can get all kinds of stuff at Walmart. You'd be surprised because they have separate sellers that sell underneath them that are mom and pops. And that's who I usually go for, is the mom and pops.
That's cool, all. Yeah, that's one of the benefits you get out of too from castor oil, which is nasty, but it's got the Q in it, quercetin, which is I think a quinine derivative medicine. But
man, that got rid of my arthritis, my car accident pain. That stuff is phenomenal. It's for prescribed for rheumatoid arthritis.
Quercetin?
No, the HC.
Yeah, quercetin's kind of like it. That's the thing that Trump said he had a cocktail that he took.
I took it for a year and a half. My doctor asked me if I wanted it. I said no. And he said, take this. He goes, and he wrote it down. He said, quercetin 300 3 times a day. And I took it for a year and a half and worked out and volunteered and everything. And I still, to this day, never got it. So it definitely works. The natural version works. But when I got the other one and my arthritis got better, I was like, you know what? I'm going to see if, I can get this because I have got lots of arthritis. And
I got psoriatic, regular, and rheumatoid.
Yeah, we're the degeneration queens and kings of our generation now, because we got degenerative hip, degenerative spine, degenerative this.
I can tell you what it is. I might have to watch how I say it, but I watched a nurse that was talking about all this, and it's got to do with everything that they've given us since we're born, when they poke us in the arm every so often for this and that,
Mm-hmm.
it's all how can I put that? Parasites. I'll just say it.
Okay.
It's got them in it, some kind, living, dead, whatever, and it multiplies once it gets in our system, and that's why we've had more problems than everything else. Everybody else maybe live longer than most of them, but more issues.
Yeah, I took to a family. It was like Bonnie. There were 6 kids. They lived out in the country. They're mountain people. And I said they went, I guess, to private school or maybe a Christian school. And so they didn't go to public school. And I said, boy, when you got sick at your house, it must have spread around like wildfire. And she said, no, she goes, none of us ever got the flu or anything. And the kid next to her, who's about the same age, he goes, you didn't go to public school. And he smiled at her. And she just, kind of grinned.
Yeah, I know a guy that used to put he was talking about he never got sick growing up or even as an adult because he always had farm animals. And he said when they'd give him the Ive, a lot of it would leak out. Some of it was salve, rub on, or what have you. And he said they always got it all over me regardless. And he said him and his dad and his brothers and everybody else that worked around all the animals, none of them ever got a cold, never got the flu.
No, I mean, it's really amazing stuff that has been held like just towards for animals for how long now? I mean, I can't even imagine. What, 100 years, 50, 75? I don't even know when it came out.
Up until this come out, you could buy them here, cheap pills, the pills for it, and it was non-prescription. But
oh, really? Okay, because they've got a liquid version that I know somebody that puts in their coffee, and that. And then another girl gets a liquid from a doctor also. And she said that she just does a little in her coffee every morning. And I was like, I think that's like 40 or something, but I don't know how much you get. I haven't really checked into it.
I think they said in India and different other places, the cost of them, even without shipping, the actual cost of it with the blister pack and everything they put it in is about 5 cents.
Oh yeah. That's the thing is if you look at a prescription bottle, you can see if you're on normal prescription meds every month. You can look at the bottle, and one month it'll come from Uruguay, and the next month it'll come from India, and you just don't even know what the heck is going on. But you can find places. Like I have a friend who buys directly from India. And it may take a little while to get there, but he's always, prepped up with that kind of stuff.
I know a guy that goes into Mexico every 6 months. I don't know if he still does it. I ain't seen him in years, but he'd go see a doctor. He'd go see a specialist, and he'd go down there, and all the different stuff, his pain meds, everything that he was on, even his insulin, he'd go down there, and he said that they'd spend 3 days there in a decent motel and see the doctor, get his medicine for 6 months, and he said it cost him about half as much for the doctor visit here and going 1 month and paying for it.
In Cozumel, you can go into what would they call it? A drugstore, pharmacy, whatever, and you can buy anything you want over the counter, from birth control to codeine to whatever. And this was back in the 90s. And I was in there and I was like, all this stuff is illegal where we're from, that you can't just buy it over the counter. But I was surprised at how much they had. They had cures for everything.
Yeah, I know a lot of them, they're still that way. They go on like the boat, the love boat. What do they call them?
Love boat?
The
cruise?
When they go on a cruise, some of the places they go into town, they go in there and see a physician. He said, I'm having sleeping, and they give them narcotic sleeping pills or this or Xanax or Valium or whatever without a prescription. They won't give them a 100-day supply, but they'll give them like 5 or 6 of them. And
oh my gosh! Like on
we
the
are
ship
not giving medical information. We are not doctors. We are not.
Sorry about that, Bonnie. I'm just saying over there that it's different. I guess the pharmacist is a doctor too, though, over there.
But Mexico and Texas are warning: do not go to Mexico.
Yeah.
No, not now.
No.
How's everybody doing tonight? This is Count Yoga.
Yes, we are doing good, Yorga.
I was going to say, and people come from Canada down into the United States to get like hip replacements and whatnot because it's so much cheaper. Same sort of thing, go south.
They gotta wait, Yorga. My aunt had to wait 1.5 years to get a hip, so their socialized medicine doesn't work all that well. They're on waiting lists and stuff.
You can't function on 1.5 years on a bad hip.
Oh, she had trouble. Let me tell you, she was walker. Had the walker, and she was in such pain. I mean, it was awful. I mean, she was a big woman. She needed it then.
You're in agony. A lot of people like that end up having to have both done, and then after 10 or 15 years, it ain't good anymore. And you got to get it done again.
Yes, and some of those things that y'all were talking about, the ailments, when they told me to start taking vitamin A, my blood reading was 5, and that's like critically low. And but now
that's critically low. Yeah.
Yes. But I've been out of it for 2 weeks, and I can tell now all the things that it did help. It helped my eyes. That's why the eye doctor had told me to take it. And then after that is when I got the blood work done, and oh, well, he was right. But arthritis, all those things, the leg cramps, everything's starting to pop up again that had just magically disappeared. But you can overdose on vitamin A, so you'd have to get blood work done to see if that's one of the things you're lacking. But it's helped me. Yes, Blair's too. Head, health, everything.
I don't mean to laugh. It's like, well, we talk about how young we are.
Rich Runner, I'm going to find out about that because that is just wrong. I talked about it earlier. Kind of.
We are the Krusty Club.
Yeah, I know. The Krusty Club. Yeah. I know. I've been sliced and diced and put back together like Frankenstein a couple of times, man. And I never had anything until I turned 50. And then every 2 years, something would break or something would go or something. Yeah, I mean, every 2 years. I'm 63 now. I wonder what's going to happen next year. It's every even year. So it's gone from broken pinky, broken foot, double hernia, gallbladder, broken collarbone, neck surgery. Yeah, it's like, what the hell, man? I was fine until I was 50. It's like that. It's like that Craftsman screwdriver that you got that finally wore out, and you can, at least with that, you can take it back to Sears. They'll give you another one. But with my body, it's kind of
You're a used car. Every time you go in, something else breaks.
An old used tool. Yeah, it's worn out. Thank God I'm retired.
You're not a spry chicken no more.
No, not at all.
Rich Runner says we can have our own home. Call it Creaky Acres Farm. Yeah.
A place for Count Yorga. It's like they had those commercials. A place for mom. What are you gonna do with mom when she gets too old and can't take care of it? Yeah, we got a place for Count Yorga. Old vampire's home.
No, what you need to do is remember that kid inside of you and just do what you can. Just keep doing. If you
I try to. It's just me and my cat, and I got 2 acres, and I'm keeping it up. I'm keeping it going.
You look like you're in pretty good shape. Just keep moving. All you gotta do. Don't get a big head.
No, I don't. I try to hike 2 miles every day, but there's days where like today, it rained all day. I'm like, I'm not going in the rain. I've gone in the snow before, but yeah, I'm trying. But I swear, I'll tell you, um, I retired in 2016, so I was 56. That was because of my broken foot, and I had no idea how much that job kept me in shape. Until it's been several years of I can do whatever I want. And now it's just like, man, I'm nowhere near as strong as I used to be. It sucks. I really didn't realize how much every day I went into work, I was getting a workout, you know, and I just don't so much anymore. So I have to make myself hike, at least that running. I used to run and then my knees are just like, nah, no more of that crap.
Yeah,
So
my right knee's bad.
yeah, it's too much bouncing, and not enough shock absorber,
Claire Stu says, start digging ditches. It cures insomnia and a variety of ailments.
Yeah, my back I'll never be able to sleep. That's like weed eating. I have to do a lot of that around here. And man, that kills my back too.
Bonnie, we're just going to stomp on grapes, okay?
Oh, baby.
Yeah, we got a lot of them around here.
Just wash your feet before you get in there.
Yes, definitely.
Actually, I'm sure they would have some kind of a covering for your feet. Yeah.
And a covering, surely.
Foot gloves.
I don't know.
I don't know. I don't think so.
Remember that old I Love Lucy episode? She was in there with no.
Mm-hmm. Oh, I know. Oh my gosh, she was holding her dress up, her and Ethel. I remember that. Ah, that's scary. I remember that.
That shows
scene.
how old we are.
Oh yeah.
They'd probably put those, the fishing, when you go fishing in the water and it goes all the way up.
They might. Yeah. What do they call them? Waders?
Let's do the bloomers from Petticoat Junction, okay?
Oh yeah.
Throw them over the water tower. We thought that was risque.
It was risque. It used to drive me crazy when I was like 6 years old.
You probably watched Johnny Quest too, didn't you?
I love Johnny Quest. Great Span and Bandit, the dog. Yeah, it had a great song too. Little
You are silly.
Maybe a little bit.
Underdog. I used to love Underdog when I was a little kid.
Oh yeah, we all did. I like Kudzu.
I don't know that one.
The little Martian on Flintstones.
No,
or was
Kazoo.
He on Jetsons? Jetsons?
Kazoo. No, he's on the Flintstones, but his name was Kazoo.
Kazoo. Who am I thinking of?
Kazoo.
The Jetsons. The Jetsons had one too, I thought.
I don't know.
A little Martian guy. My favorite Martian. That was the silliest show.
Yeah, that went on for very long. Do you remember? I'll shock your brainwaves. Do you remember a show called? It was only on for like a year. It's called "It's About Time."
I think so.
I was in elementary school. It was about these astronauts that went back in time to like the caveman days and landed, and they couldn't figure out how to get away, and they met these cavemen, and like a flashlight was a real big deal to the cavemen and everything.
Do you remember the journey to the center of the mind and journey? Do you remember where the little guys were going through a person's body?
That was the Fantastic Voyage. I saw that in the drive-in movie theater with the Batman movie.
Oh my gosh, that was wild. It's like they were going through muscles and lungs. It was wicked.
Raquel Welch was in that movie.
Yeah, I remember going with my parents. I remember going with my parents to watch it, but I was paying attention to the one screen behind us watching Fritz the Cat, and I got whipped for it.
the old drive-in whipping.
The old drive-in whipping.
You don't watch that. That was sad to have X-rated on one side and family on the other.
I know. Do you ever sneak people in the trunk? We used to do that to the drive-in movie theaters. Put 4 or 5 kids in the trunk.
What's the one with oh gosh, it was really popular and he had a bunch of series and it was oh, I can't think of his name, but it was one that was in a drive-in theater and my husband and I, what is it?
Billy Jack?
No,
not Pee Wee Herman.
I keep thinking Crocodile Dundee. It was an action figure guy, and he did like a bunch of movies, and he's really super popular. But anyway, the bottom line was we went to the movie theater or to the drive-in, and we never watched the movie. So I got asked all these questions like by my parents about what the movie was about and everything, and I didn't know anything. We were a little busy.
That's why you need to pay at least attention to 5 minutes here and there. So
yeah,
That was a wild child.
Well, I ended up marrying him, so it wasn't too wild.
I got a story that's similar to that. A friend of mine, I didn't do this one, but it sounds like one of my stories. But anyway, a friend of mine, he was grew up in Alabama, and he walked over to his girlfriend's house, and her dad was going to let him borrow their car to go to the drive-in movies, which was like 5-6 miles away, right? Well, they never went. They went like a quarter mile away down a dirt road, and you know what happens next. And so he comes back and gives the car back, and yeah, the movie was great, you know, blah, blah, blah. And the dad checked the mileage, and it was like 1.5 miles maybe on the car or some shit, you know, so he knew they were busted. Oops.
Our dads had ways of checking on us, and our moms, they just had ways to know, like I couldn't even think about doing something wrong. Something would happen. I would get called home, or it's just, they just knew, but without a cell phone, without anything, you know, they just knew where we're supposed to be or not.
I miss those days.
One of my dad's truck driving buddies, he owned a bar up there, and he'd always tell me, "You want to go out and have fun and not get hassled?" He goes, "Come up here and you bring your friends as long as y'all sit in a booth in the back." He goes, "Don't worry, I won't tell your mom." And he goes, "Your dad won't ask." So
Fantastic voice to know.
I didn't like doing it because I was like taking advantage of. I went once and he wouldn't let me pay for nothing, and it made me feel bad.
We did the fake ID thing. I mean, I was buying liquor and beer at 16, and I looked like I was 12, you know?
I think I was in a bar at 14 where I lived.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I did that too. You could get away with a lot of shit back then, yeah.
In Ohio, they had all the, like my dad's buddies, they had them ones they called gentlemen's clubs, them old buildings with 2-story, and you had to go to the second floor with that long, narrow stairway going up. And I'd go in there with him when I was little, and they'd sit me at the end of the bar down there and slide the jar of suckers over and pretzels over there. And
Does every town have a lover's lane? Or where you grew up, or I did?
Yes.
Okay. Parents have a sixth sense.
We had one, it really was called Eve Lake Road. It was just this long road that went down to a dead end. And if you went down there and somebody else was parked, you're like, shit. So you had to go somewhere else. It was kind of like first come, first serve. Eve Lake Road.
I remember whenever we were he was probably in 6th or 7th grade, and he had a full beard and mustache, and
damn.
Yeah.
The damn Sasquatch.
Yes. His name was Ben. How do I remember that? No idea.
And why is it? This is. I hope I don't get kicked off now, but why is it when you ever get caught by a cop, which of course happened a few times, he always shines the light right on your, you know what? Why do they do that?
Oh, I don't know.
Couple different reasons.
I almost think it's in their training or something.
No, I think it's number one to let them know that you aren't fooling them.
Right.
You know, there's no way you're going to get out of this. And number two, Jollies? I have no idea.
I
Why do
ain't
you
got
have?
a. I don't have
Why
a
do you
clue.
have? Why do you have a J uh, for your avatar?
Who, me?
Yeah.
That is an interesting question now, isn't it?
Yeah. Inquiring minds want to know.
It could be part of my name.
I was
would
going to say,
I
do you
would.
think his parents really named him Yorga?
Yeah,
Yeah,
I
they
know.
name me. They not only name me Yorga, they name me Count Yorga.
And the J is for the Y, but it's silent.
Right. It's like when Spanish people laugh, they go ja 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 ja, but really it's ha 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 ha. But if it's written out, it goes ja 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 ja.
Yeah, like at Tequila Jimenez, it's spelled with a J, but it sounds like a Y.
Well, don't think you're Jesus or anything, okay?
Chat's answering you, Yorga.
Creative minds going nowhere fast to nothing purpose filled. Thank you. Shoot, that was a
See
tongue
if you're
twister.
happy to see them.
There's Daniel because they want to see if you're happy to see them. Yeah, I guess so with the cops. I don't know. I think it's part of their training. If you pull over two people and they're doing it, shine your light on his pecker.
Because they can't say, "Oh, we weren't doing anything," and like
I know because you're definitely busted. I knew well, actually, I married a girl that she was seeing somebody else before I ever knew her, and they got caught. You know, because we all tell these stories. She said that the cops made her get out of the car and put all her clothes on in front of them, and then they let them go. So you tell me that ain't messed up.
Yeah.
This is back in the 70s, though, and you can get away with that shit. I knew cops that would pull over people and catch them with a bunch of, let's say, herbal fruits of the garden and take away all their stuff and let them go.
Yep.
You know, so yeah, I don't think that happens anymore.
oh, it happened to me. Actually, it happened to me about 7 years ago. It was something I lost under my floor mat. And I didn't realize this was like my insurance company didn't tell me that my insurance check didn't go through or my auto pay didn't go through. So I got stopped for basically having like an out of registration or something like that, insurance lapse, whatever. And he just decided to start going through the car, without a warrant or anything. And he finds this underneath it, and I'm sitting there going, it was only a tiny bit. And I was like, man, I've been looking for that for a long time, And he finds it and he just dumps it in the street and puts the thing in his pocket, and that calls it a day. And tows my car into the driveway and said I can't drive it anymore. I was like, oh, okay.
Yeah, hey, at least they'd let you go. You know, it was at least back then. You know, hey, I don't have any more stuff, but I'm not in jail either.
Well, it's
Hawk said
$8
a can
a
of
day.
Biss. Hawk said a can of Biss.
Right. Okay,
yes.
Good. This quick.
But if in New York State, if your insurance lapse, your registration lapse, and if your registration lapse, you got two choices. You could pay $8 a day for every single day that it was lapsed.
Sorry, Claude.
Or you can pull it off the road for the same amount of days that it was not legally on the road. So I had to actually take the car home and not drive it for 30 days. And that was wild because, like I said, my insurance company didn't even tell me there was a problem.
So. Or you could move away from New York State.
Well, no, I'm just saying there's those laws are all over the place for that. You just, unless you can get around it and become one of those travelers.
They can't tell whether I have insurance or not from not pulling me over. I don't know how they tell that with you.
Well, you have stickers on your car, okay, on your windshield in New York. You have 3 stickers. Here, if you get an inspection, you stick it in the glove box. It's just a piece of paper. There, you have documents and your insurance and all that. And you have to show, no matter what, you have to show your three things: your license, insurance, and registration. because
Here
they don't.
yearly, you get a registration in Texas,
Come
but you
on,
have to have your
man.
car
Come on.
inspected to get your registration, and they check your insurance. But they can scan our windshield and tell whether we got insurance or not. So,
Yep.
Yeah.
And I don't have one sticker here at all on my windshield, and I feel like I'm driving illegally after all of these years. Even in Georgia, you had to have a sticker.
yeah, they tell us not to put any kind of stickers on the windows, and then they turn around and give you one to put on the window.
Yeah, and you can't have things hanging either. I got a ticket once for a necklace hanging and on my rearview mirror.
No way.
All
Yes,
we have
it
is
is.
state inspection, and that's it.
And we
Yeah,
can
here
hang
it's
anything on our vehicles here, inside, outside. They don't care.
it's $11, and they walk around the car, see if they just like walk around the car, sit in it, take the mileage, and take your $11. That's what I go through. Now in New York, it's emissions. In most states, it's emissions. I think.
I know. I was going to say, I know in Tennessee emissions, man, that sucks.
Yeah.
They have to do that like every 6 months, I think, or something.
Catalytic converters are going for around like $2,000 to $2,500 right now to get put in like an older car, like a 90 something. I mean, it is ridiculous how much they cost.
You got all these jackals running around now, cutting them out from under cars and stealing them.
Oh yeah, that's why they got like precious metals in them.
I don't have one in my Corvette, because it's an old car. But if they pulled that crap in Virginia to do the emission controls, good God, I don't know what they get me on that thing.
What year? 70 something?
It's a 75, but I put a new crate motor in it in 2017.
Do you burn leaded or unleaded?
I wish it was leaded. I can burn unleaded as long as it's only 10% ethanol, and anything less than that. No, I get premium for all of my vehicles, my lawnmower, everything. I get 93 octane.
I used to love the smell of leaded gas. Don't ask me why that smell, but there's something, if I ever smelled it again, it would take me back to like my 69 Cutlass and all the different old cars I had.
What's even better than that is two-cycle. If you've got like a dirt bike two-cycle or a two-cycle boat, it has that same gas smell, only better.
Yeah, but those little jet skis and stuff that spew that crap all over the water, I used to get mad at them.
Yeah, I don't like those jet skis. I'm a boat guy.
Yeah, me too. I had a boat that they just would like run around the wakes and cut in front of you and make, and I just would be like, oh, you little pesky things, you.
Speaking of boat, I had a Boston whaler and sold it because I thought I wanted a party barge. I wish I'd have kept my Boston whaler.
Oh, I work for
like those pontoon boats so much. I mean, I like being on a pontoon boat, but I don't want one.
Every time I wanted to go fishing and had that, I took 10 people with me and I couldn't fish. So it's like,
yeah,
everybody wants to ride and go. We go swimming and we can have a picnic no, it's fishing.
I want to make a floating cabin out of a pontoon boat, like a two-story.
You can do that. A lot of people have done that.
Yep. I would like a floating motel. I think it would be the coolest. There was one up in New York, and I couldn't find it again. But these people actually would send you out, and you'd spend the night in a cabin pontoon boat. It was so cool.
It would be super cool because I'm a capitalist. Is I know there's certain. A lot of places in Florida are already doing it, but up here in Virginia, not so much. But you can get a big old pontoon boat and then turn it into like a floatable 7-Eleven where you sell beer and cigarettes and
Oh yeah, they do those. They sell hot dogs and hamburgers up in New York at the lakes.
And hamburgers, and boats can just pull up to you. You like the ice cream man almost.
Yeah, we had them. We had them at the Finger Lakes. They were on every single lake. There was somebody that had like a restaurant, basically floating restaurant. You'd come up, get your cheeseburger, and go ahead.
That's cool as crap. I'm not from up north, but I've seen the Finger Lakes before. Those are really pretty.
That's where I'm going back to, is one of the biggest ones.
I went on a company trip to a place we flew into Elmira, New York, and then we had to drive down into Pennsylvania to a place called Towanda. Do you know where that is?
Tonawanda.
Towanda. Thank you.
Is it Towanda or Tonawanda? Because there's a Tonawanda, New York.
I think it was Towanda. I think it was a one of the plants that I worked at. I liked it up there. Everybody was really nice. A lot of corn.
It's pretty, and there's more of a Pennsylvania kind of hospitality that you don't get from the city or Albany or any of the other places. It's like the upstate New Yorkers are considered rednecks. We're actually considered country
Oh,
folk.
okay. Yeah,
Yeah.
I'd never been up north, and I was interested because it was like they have townships
Yes,
and
and
it's just
hamlets. Yeah.
hamlets and shit like that. I was like, wow, that's kind of cool. And there's always like a little tavern down on the corner, like, yeah, let's go to
Yep, it's a good place, and we had canals that go through it, like the Erie Canal goes through it, the first barge canal, one of the first in the United States. I mean, you can ride the canals all the way from the town I was born in, all the way almost to New York City.
There you go. And then you could catch that all the way down to where I live, up through the Intracoastal Waterway and all that shit.
Yeah, and it takes like the Lake Ontario, you can go miles and miles and miles and miles, to Canada if you really want.
Yeah, those lakes are really big.
They're like oceans.
Oh, I know.
But yeah, the one Canandaigua Lake up there is second in price only to Lake Tahoe. And some country music stars live there, and there's some really rich people that live there. And it's one of the deepest lakes in New York State, and was one of the cleanest. I don't know if it is anymore, but
I thought it was cool because when I went up there, nobody knew anybody that talked like me, and they were like, "Just talk," and I was like, "What do you mean, just talk?"
They love listening to different accents, especially Southern women. Oh yeah,
that's everywhere. That's even whenever I went to Kentucky, but even here, if somebody from England or Australia or anywhere comes around me, I'm just like, I just want to sit there and listen to them talk. My friends from Sweden.
Yeah, and they can't get rid of it either. As much as they try to sound American. They can't.
Yeah, but do you ever wonder why every international artist sounds like an American when they sing?
Yeah, they were trying to copy us. Yeah. Like, I can't get no satisfaction. Back in 65, nobody in England spoke like that. I can't get no. You know what I mean? I mean, to them, that was foreign.
Cindy, it's good to see you on panel. How are you doing?
Well, I see her too. Looks like she's got a pussycat.
You're muted.
I just wanted to show you the spirit dog.
Oh, I thought it was a pussycat.
Oh,
this is the spirit dog.
It's a white wolf.
So pretty. And is that what you named?
He's gorgeous. I am in love, beyond love. And I am so grateful to Hawk for this extraordinary gift. I have never had anyone give me such a beautiful gift in my whole entire life. And don't be here right now.
That gift's going to get bigger and bigger. It's going to be the gift that keeps on giving too.
I know, but I want you to know he's almost potty trained. He's like 99%. He is so smart. I mean, look.
That's awesome.
I adore him, and he is. I will say one thing about Hawk. He doesn't deal in flesh. He deals in spirit.
Yes.
He gave me this beautiful spirit.
Oh, you got that one from Hawk?
Yeah.
Super cool.
My heart is bursting.
It's a fine hound.
What'd you name him, Cindy?
And his name's Ace.
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 That's a good name.
I'm going to put him down because I'm going to put him down because he's such a handful.
Yeah,
gets
they're a lot of
lucky.
energy when they're that little.
You guys, I want you to know that if you can give Hawk in any way a leg up on his horse, he did this for me for free.
Yes,
I've done a
ma'am.
lot of good things in my life, and you know, you get it back. And I'll tell you what, man, Hawk is one of those guys that makes sure you get it back. Okay, so if anybody could give Hawk a leg up on his horse right now, because he's kind of getting flooded out down there, you know.
Yeah.
If anybody can help him out, it'd be a blessing, you know, just a blessing. And we gotta share our blessings.
Amen.
And
Thank you for doing that, Cindy.
hey, I love y'all. I'm all about just, you know, I always am making stupid jokes, and a lot of people don't like me because I make stupid jokes. But I'll tell you what,
Tell
all I
on
am
people
is
kiss your ass.
all I am. I'm just a damn old woman that, you know, I'm a boomer, and boomers make stupid jokes because we used to
Thank
have a
you.
sense. We used to have a sense of humor back in the day.
Oh yeah, it didn't take much to make us laugh, did it?
You know, back
But
in the day,
everything gets a little twisted as you get
we
older.
made fun of one another, and we laughed at each other, and we poked fun at one another, and we had a
Yep.
good time. And
Yes, ma'am.
I'm telling you guys, you know, where'd that go? Where in the hell did that go that we couldn't poke fun at one another anymore?
Uh,
Hey, can I say something about that?
People
I was
skin
thinking
got
about that the other day ago, and
Hey, Yorga.
I'm old enough to, you know, I was a teenager in the '70s, and I worked in different grocery stores and whatnot, and I was, you know, on the edge of town, so I was everything wherever I worked at was very mixed, very very mixed. We're talking 1970s.
right.
Nobody had any problems.
Mm-hmm.
Nobody, there was never, if I worked with this guy and he was black and this other guy was yellow and this other guy was blue or whatever, we were all just pals, and there was never ever, you know. And it just seems like in the last few years people have just been stirring this pot. It's like, wait a minute, we had all this shit solved years ago, I thought.
Years ago.
So it's by design because
It
it
is
works.
by design, and it breaks my heart. It does.
Yep.
It upsets me. I went to, and I see it. You know, I see it. You know, I went to Wawa today, and this young man who looked a little bit different than me. You know, instead of holding the door, I was right behind him, just slammed the door right in my face. You know, and it was
Yep.
two doors. It was in Wawa, so you got the one door, and then I got this double slam. You know, it's like, what the hell did I do, man? You know. So it's
Yep.
just,
Hi, DJ.
I hate that because it didn't used to be like that. It didn't used to be like that. Everybody was cool.
You can thank Obama for that.
It's created. It was to now. It's even to the point where it's reversed. It's actually reversed on us.
It's reversed.
Yep.
Yep. And it's ridiculous, and that's why Chuck
Man,
showed that.
I am nice to everyone. I'm yes, sir, yes, ma'am. Hold the door. Even if somebody's 20 paces away from me, I'll hold the freaking door because I just try to go
Same
kind of
here.
out of my way. You know, just, and maybe I'm just seeing who reacts to what.
Are you south of the Mason-Dixon line?
Yes.
Well, then that's why that hospitality exists.
Well,
they do here.
I think it's just surely people are courteous all over the world in
they
some
are.
way. And that's what I do. If I see somebody heading for the door and I've got it open, I stand there and hold it open until they come in.
Yeah, I don't care who it is.
And it's a man, female, it doesn't matter. It's
many states like Massachusetts, Connecticut, New York, lots of places. It's either get out of my way or let me go first or whatever. But it's just not the same. It's not the same all over.
I'll tell you this about that. The first time I ever went north and had to stay north, I went to boot camp up at Navy boot camp up in there, north of Chicago. Starts with a W, Waukegan. And I don't want to go through the whole story, but we got to like leave base some and meet some of the people. Some of the nicest damn people I ever met in my life were in Chicago. I shit you, and I was surprised. That was another place they were like, just talk, just say something. They want to hear my accent, which I don't have an accent, but yeah, I was surprised. You think Chicago if you've never been there, man. But yeah, I met some incredible people up there.
Daniel, I think I recognize your name. So do you know that be a street light, unite, don't fight? Daniel Broberg. I think I recognize that name from way back when.
Yes, you do. From way, way, way back when.
Like Cash Kelly, Hawk, and all that.
Probably. Daniel's a good boy.
Okay.
He lives in Greenland.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. He comes from the land of the ice and snow.
Yeah, and we went
sun and the hot springs blow.
We went through all of the initial shock of the selection and everything. Daniel was there from the very beginning, and he was definitely allowed to say his piece because he was as angry as we all were.
Yeah.
American.
Oh, Dangerous Freedom Days. Okay. Well, Cash Kelly and Anthony was always saying, be the change you want to see in the world. And there's actually a Facebook group called Be the Change. And then Cash Kelly was be a street light and like shine bright, unite, don't fight. It was it was just their, every time they did a live, they had their little catchphrases and
don't let the bed bugs bite.
No, we didn't say that.
But it would have worked.
Yeah. I still have my t-shirt and bracelet.
Good thing I wasn't in that group. I would have ruined it.
I always tell them, you're somebody's descendant, act accordingly.
Yep. And Cash is one of them in the prison in D.C. Yep.
What were we talking about? Relatives or ancestry?
Yeah. You're someone's descendant, someone's ancestor, act accordingly.
No, mine was an outlaw. I had one that was an outlaw. It's
My
in
phone
here.
died. Sorry about that.
I traced all mine back. A bunch of my people were in the Revolutionary War, the Civil War, and every other war.
I got my great-great-great-grandfather's Remington pistol from the Civil War. I've got it.
Yeah, I got my great-grandfather's
How do y'all trace
double-barrel 12.
How do y'all trace your family lineage and everything? How did y'all do it?
I have, for me personally, I have a daughter who's, believe it or not, like 40. Shit, she's going to be 43 this year, and she has gone back and done it all and meticulously done. And I mean, brought up stuff that I was like, what, really?
What about you, Chuck? How'd you do it?
Ancestry.com. I started on. I paid for a few months of it, got it all rolling. Where I got a lot of stuff popping in, the extras you get, and then I just let it drop, and I still use it. But once you get them things, them triggers involved in it, all the stuff starts popping and loading in. And
the bad thing is there could be a lot of red herrings, know, because it's really hard to trace, and it gets. And my daughter did Ancestry.com as well, and I don't have the patience for it, but she did it, and she said it gets to where you could be related to these people over here back in England, or maybe not. Maybe it went that
Yes.
way.
A buddy of mine I grew up with over in Louisiana, he was digging through the stuff too, and he ended up going through his back to Kentucky and Davy Crockett after the Revolutionary War, and different ones were given their land and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And his ancestors and my ancestors ended up being neighbors, and they went with Davy Crockett and a bunch of them up there to the Alamo.
Yep.
Oh no.
And I ended up tying back, looking what he said. I ran into that, and I ended up running into him, and then I brought up other places that we were related to on the way up and down.
And that's on.
That's on my father's side. And all of mine's been just through family. And we have a family member that was in the Alamo. And then on my mother's side, they tried to get here in time for the Alamo, but didn't make it. So they were in the other battles. But my grandmother, she had it dated back to, she thinks could possibly my grandfather, the one that was beheaded by the king, Orville, whatever, Cromwell, something or other. He was not a good person. But it was just through family. We have family Bibles that keep getting passed down, and that's how we keep track of our family.
Do you remember the movie The Outlaw Josie Wales?
Yeah.
Yes.
All right. So that's fiction, but it's based on real stuff that was happening at that time, and it was like an offshoot of the Confederacy, I guess. And it was after the Civil War ended, but they were still active down in Missouri. They were called the Missouri Guerrillamen. And they rode under a guy named Quantrill, I think. And he's in the movie. Josie Wales, they don't know if he was a real guy or not, but what happened kind of did happen. And one of the guys that rode with him was named, they called him, I swear this is true, you can look it up, Devil Dick Bose, B-O-Z-E, Devil Dick Bose. And I'm directly related to him. He was a Missouri Guerrillaman, and he was one of the last. He never did give up.
Are you trying to tell us you got some kind of deformity?
No. His name was Richard Bose, but they called him Dick as short of Richard, and he was a devil. And he was a devil, so it was Devil Dick Bose.
I thought you said double for a minute.
No, not double. That would be even better. That'd be a better story.
That's Yorga's porn name. He's Devil Dick.
No, my porn name is Aged. My old porn name is Aged Vanilla. But
I'm sure we all have some skeletons back there.
Yeah, but I mean, she found it, and I looked it up, and I was like, "This is a real guy, man." And there was a Bose Mill, and they ended up killing him in a big shootout. He would not give up.
I think there's some Boses over there in Tennessee, in the middle of it, close to Nashville, where my family's from. I've seen buildings and businesses.
I was born in Nashville, believe it or not. Yeah.
You know where Centerville is, and Dixon and all that? That's where my people are from.
No,
South.
because I was born there. We moved a lot when I was little. And I was born there, and we moved out before I barely remember any of it. But I think we lived on a place called something Hill, Knob Hill.
There's Knob Hill, Knob something up there.
Something like that, yeah. But by the time I was 6 months old, we moved to Colorado, then we moved to California, and then we moved out here.
Loaded up the truck and he moved to Beverly, huh?
Yeah, it was kind of like that. My old man kept getting better jobs all over the country until he finally settled here.
My old man drove a truck back in the 60s and 70s, and one time I remember him and Mom, the biggest argument they ever got into, that he got offered this awesome money to be a truck driver in California, and he told Mom about it, and she's like, said, Cleveland's big enough for me. I don't need the whole state being big like Cleveland.
Shoot, back then, California was a great place to live. Probably the best. I mean, I love the lay of the land out there. I love the climate. I love everything except for the people that are there and the politics that's there and the dumb shit.
He was a truck driver, and we were out there one time. Me and Mom went with him, and we got stuck over close to Los Angeles in the traffic. I think it was either morning or evening, and I remember we sat still in one place for 2 hours.
Yep, you're probably on the 101 or the 5 freeway.
It was in like 72, maybe.
Yeah, it was getting piled up back then. I went back out there a couple of times, and the second time I went out there, I kept looking for the smog, and I never saw it. And then this last time I went back out there in 2017, and the smog is there. It's like this big pile of shit hanging over that city. And that city is too freaking big, man. When you get up like on Mulholland and you can actually see kind of everything out to Santa Monica all the way out, it's like, I can't believe.
You can't tell where it starts and stops.
You can't tell where it starts. And they say that, and I haven't been there, but they say that Mexico City's like 5 times worse, 5 times bigger. It's like you could drive like all day and you're still in Mexico City.
Yeah, they just had a really bad a cop get shot there.
What's that?
They just had a cop got shot there, went to a domestic violence call, and no, I take that back. Went to the wrong house, shot the wrong person. That's what it was.
Where, in LA?
No, Mexico City.
Oh, God. There's no telling what's going on down there.
That's in New Mexico, right?
No, it's in Mexico.
Oh, well, this was in New Mexico. Sorry.
Yeah, that's okay. It's kind of confused.
To me, it's all the same.
It looks all the same.
Yes.
I used to go to Tijuana. I went down there a few times. Boy, I wouldn't do it again. No, sir. Anything goes down there. Anything.
Now, if you're lucky, you'd become a kidney donor.
You're right.
Yeah.
You're right. Okay. I don't know. They probably let me go because I'm too old. He probably said, Gringo got no good kidneys in him. Just get me drunk and set me up with a hooker, and I'll wake up in a barn somewhere or something with a donkey.
Problem is, they won't know till they take it out.
No, they could look at me and tell.
Okay.
No surgery.
No bueno.
No bueno surgery on Gringo. It might be a good thing. Did I tell you about that? Did I tell you about? I gotta tell you the story real quick. First time I ever went to Tijuana, I went with a guy. Hey, there's T-Girl. I went with a guy who already been down there, and I've never been, right?
Mm-hmm.
So we go into this bar. I'll try to make this quick. We go into this bar, 10 o'clock in the morning, and it's jamming. And I mean, the whole place is like disco jamming. The floor was made out of dirt, and there was chicks dancing everywhere. And I don't mean strippers. I mean just tourists and whatnot.
Right.
And me and this buddy of mine, we met these good-looking girls from Canada, man. We're having a blast. It's like 10. By the time it's like 10:30 in the morning, we're drinking margaritas and shit, you know? And there was this great big guy who looked like Arnold Schwarzenegger that was walking around blowing this police whistle. And I figured he's just a bouncer or whatever. I guess that's what he was. And my friend goes to the bartender. We're sitting at the bar. My friend says to the bartender, he said, hey, get my friend. He said, he asked me first. He said, do you want a slammer? And I said, yeah, this is some sort of shot, you know? Yeah, hell yeah. If you're buying shit, yeah, give me one.
Yeah.
Tells the bartender, get this man a slammer. Bartender goes, okay. So he's gone for a while, and we're talking about this, that, and the other. And I forgot about the slammer. So next thing I know, from behind me comes this great big hand. Let me get a little light on the situation. This great big giant male hand comes from behind me and slams this drink. It was like a big shot glass on the bar, and it starts fizzling up. And I'm just kind of going, huh? And next thing I know, the other hand from this person, it was the guy with the whistle. Grab my hair, and I'm not in America anymore, so there ain't shit I can do, right? Pulls my head back, this is a slammer, slams the thing down my throat, throws a towel over my head, hits me in the head, and then grabs my head like this and starts shaking it while he's blowing this police whistle in my freaking ear, right?
What in the world?
Yeah, it was like he assaulted me, man. I mean, really and truly, man, this great big guy, there ain't shit I could do about it. And it all hit me so quick, it was like, what the? And my buddy's dying laughing because somebody had done it to him before, right? That's all you have to do is go, hey, get this man a slammer. You see, and that's the deal. They get the big guy. The big guy comes over, does all this shit to you, and basically assaults you. Yeah, I'll never get one of them again. And we're leaving out of there like 11:30 after dancing with these Canadian chicks, and I don't even know how to dance, and hammered, man.
That was your initiation
to Tijuana. Yeah. Yep. Yeah, I grew up quick.
No. Well, at least you didn't end up in the slammer.
No, you don't want to do that.
Not in Mexico.
No. I had a friend, he was like 16 years old. I was like 14 when he did it. So this is like mid-70s, who got a car, ran away to Mexico with these girls, and they had some weed or something and got busted, and it was all they could do to get them out of jail and back into America. I mean, it was a big freaking deal, man.
I remember.
But his father was the plant manager for Reynolds Metals. Remember Reynolds Metals, Reynolds Wrap? Yeah. And so he had a ton of pull and finally got them all out of there. But yeah, it was a bad deal.
Goodness.
Run away when you're 16, you know?
Mm-hmm.
We'll go to Mexico.
You're old enough and smart enough to rule the world. And
they went all the way from here, Richmond, Virginia, all the way down to Texas into Mexico. You know, it's like, damn, they did pretty good, actually.
Shit, 35 years ago, I always wanted to move to Baja.
No, I had a Baja.
Dune buggy?
Baja. Yes.
Love those dune buggies.
What? Baja, what? That's like Mexico and California both?
There's a peninsula called the Baja California, but it's in Mexico.
Yeah.
So that's probably what you're talking about. Yeah, they used to have those Baja races down there. I used to love that shit.
Yep.
Take a Volkswagen chassis and put that fiberglass body on it with the roll bar.
Yeah, taking them Porsche engines and putting them in them.
Oh, yeah. You can put a Porsche engine right in a Volkswagen.
The big pipe sticking out the back.
Yeah, the big pipe sticking out. Yeah. I love those things.
My boss in the 60s, his dad anyway moved from Germany in the late 50s, mid 50s. Mm-hmm. And he'd come over with Volkswagen here. And anyway, he taught Hans all about it growing up. And Hans in the late 60s he had a Volkswagen dragster, I guess you call it, he said it was like 400, 500 horsepower. And he said, that's a lot of horses for a Volkswagen Bug. He said the issue he had, either popping wheelies or tear up the wheelie bars or.
Yeah. I had a band teacher in high school that came from Germany, and he said that they would take Volkswagens and swap the Porsche 911 motor into the Volkswagen and get out on the Autobahn, man. You're going. But the bad thing is, a Volkswagen Bug ain't made to be going at those speeds, man. They let you beef up the suspension and the wheels and everything else, man. The steering, you know.
They roll easy.
They float, though, too. You could drive it right out on a lake and it'll float. I loved old Volkswagen Beetles. I thought they were cool as crap. They didn't have no horsepower. but they were air cooled, which is cool.
And the rails we used to run around with were the frame from Volkswagen. We'd make it into a rail.
Yeah, them things.
Yep. Climb
I
anything.
Yeah, that Porsche motor will drop right in there with no, all the bolts are the same and everything. It's cool.
Yep.
I remember I used to swap motors in them when I worked there for them. Somebody could get a new crate motor for one, or the old man would rebuild one, and I could have it out in 20 minutes, have it back in about the same amount of time. And the book paid, I think, 7 or 8 hours. But
you can pick up the whole thing just, if you're strong enough. I mean, can't you pick up the whole motor?
Pretty much, yeah. Don't weigh a lot. I did when I was younger. I wouldn't do it now, but back then we used to take it up, get it over on a lift, and just get two of the legs coming out, pick the back end up a little bit. Depending on what year it was, you didn't even have to take the bumper off. You lift the hood up, go up underneath, take the two bottom bolts out, take a couple wires and a fuel line loose, and get the two top bolts out, and put a floor jack under it, jack it up a little bit, and wiggle it, and it'll slide out. Then either pick the car up or drop the jack and slide the motor out.
Yeah, I helped a friend of mine change a motor in an Opel GT. Remember those? Looked like a little Corvette. It was amazing. He put some blocks under the motor, and then we took the two front wheels off, and then we disconnected everything to the motor, and then we picked up the whole front of the car and then walked it around, moved it over, and the motor was just sitting there. So we basically took it out from below.
Hi, Pooty Poot. Y'all excuse me a minute.
Sure, Bonnie.
Okay.
Take over.
Yeah, I had a buddy of mine as big as me back in the 80s when we were teenagers. And everywhere we went, we'd see a Volkswagen Beetle. Me and him would grab one end of it, pick up on it, roll it around, and we'd turn them sideways in parking lots and shit.
Yeah, you could do it. They were cool little cars. You almost couldn't break them. I mean, they would go through a lot.
They just didn't, like you said, didn't handle real good. 50, 60 mile an hour is a very big curve. You want to slow down.
Yeah, you better slow down. And the gears between each gear was like,
It's like a mixing bowl or with a spoon in it. It's sloppy as hell. And well, hell, your linkage was weird crooked pipes that were about 4 foot long, and it was old tie rod technology they used on that basically. And
another thing was it had that forced heat. So I had a buddy of mine had one when we were in high school. If it's like a cold morning, it ain't like you cut your defrost on, and it's gonna, you had to get heated up and get moving before you got any kind of defrost, and it was lame as shit. Anyway,
yeah, the ductwork wasn't even sealed; it was just stuck together.
Horrible.
A dryer vent's more secure than the ductwork for the heater on them.
Yeah.
I used to restore them. That's the old man he loved, and I learned I used to. I haven't touched one in 20 years, but you could grab a random bolt out of one of them and show it to me, and I could tell you where it went.
And they were simple. They were simple, man. I like that about them.
Back then, the old man still had some place that he could get either in the States or in Germany new old stock. It wasn't this new junk they make. It was stuff from whether it was a 59 or whatever. He could get the actual replacement parts because he said he knows a bunch of guys that over there, and now the family has it, that own warehouse and stuff, and they probably still do.
And if you remember, they were good in the snow too. It wasn't too deep of snow. If you just had like a 2-inch snow or something, a Volkswagen would go anywhere you want to go, man, because that motor, all that weight was on those back wheels.
I don't know if you've seen it around where you were at, but down here in the 80s, a bunch of my buddies, if they had Volkswagens, they'd end up kind of doing the lift thing in the back like they do for a dune buggy, and a bunch of them would put mud grips on the back of them and be all off in the woods. And
no fenders. Or
cut them out.
Have you ever seen those? And I didn't want to sabotage his stream talking about cars, but those 3-wheel cars they made over in the UK back in the 70s, they were Renaults, I think. Renaults.
And those and the BMW one.
The 3-wheel thing. It was a piece of shit. God.
Yeah, they had the BMW one that the front of it opened up like an outhouse door. They had the windshield and everything in it.
Oh, I remember those. That goes way back.
Izettas or whatever they were called.
I can't remember. I had a model of one, though. The whole front comes open.
I think it's called BMW Izetta.
I can't remember. I know I had a model of one when I was a kid.
Last time I saw one I worked years ago there, back in the mid '80s, late '80s. But last one I honestly saw was that that black kid. Did I do that? The nerdy kid. What was that called? That show was on?
Urkel.
Yeah, Urkel had one of them.
Do you remember the Volkswagen thing? The thing?
Yeah.
I always wanted one of them.
Looked like the people's car that Hitler had for their military.
It was like Hitler's staff car, yeah, but they were cool because the doors would come off, and it was kind of like a Jeep, but not. But
you see one sitting around somewhere in good shape, grab it.
I saw one about 20 years ago in a parking lot, and I was looking at it. It was a yellow one. It wasn't in bad shape. It was drivable and everything. I was like, man, I love it.
There wasn't a lot of them when they were made, and they're less now. They're worth a lot of money. That's like 57 Chevy level stuff.
Yeah, you never see them.
I'd like to have one. Just say I had one now. I'd fix it up for my 16-year-old. He probably wouldn't drive it. He might, though. He likes weird things like I do. So
you could change it around a million different ways, though. The thing, you know, you could close it all up. You could tear it all down. You could do whatever.
Easy to work on too. Same way as a VW. The motors in the back, same bolts, everything.
I used to like those Carmen Gias too. They were cool. Same thing as Volkswagen.
Yeah, Gia was the old man I worked for had one of them, and he had a racing motor in it. It was funny too, hearing a 4-cylinder Volkswagen engine running with a cam.
Yeah.
It sounded like somebody running 2 weed eaters that were barely running.
We used to call it the Shark Mobile. It looked like a shark.
Yeah, it almost looked like a bathtub Porsche, didn't it?
Yeah. Yeah. Never see them anymore either. Never.
That's another one that if you can get a hold of one of those, you could buy a house with what you'd get out of, and it wouldn't have to be pretty either.
Yeah. One of my best friends just bought his, I guess it's probably been 5 years ago now, but he bought a cherry 62 Triumph TR4 red. I mean, this thing was, perfect. He took it home and kind of like my vet. He told me he was kind of jealous because I had my vet and I was doing all this work on my car and everything. So he wanted to do work on that, and all that British technology and British wiring and everything broke him down, man, because nothing makes any sense.
Now,
And
all them, they have a bunch of white wires. Some of them have specks, dots, or a stripe on them, but once they get old, you don't see it anymore.
And it was something else to do with the seals. They did some weird thing with like leather and grease to make a seal somehow that's just like so outdated. But to keep it original, you had to keep doing that. And he finally just sold the car.
They send you the seal, and it looked like a piece of rope almost. It was all greasy. You had to.
That's exactly. It's like, what the hell is this?
Didn't they believe in making it where you just tap it in?
No, and they knew as soon as they put it in, it was going to leak again. So, that was just the British. They did a lot of screwed up stuff, but still like those old Jaguars. I like the Jaguar XKE. They were cool.
Yeah, I've worked on a bunch of those and old Porsches and Jags, and I even worked on a Ferrari one time. It was an old one. My favorite out of all of them was I liked the little Mercedes 2-door 500s, the little ones, the old ones.
It had the pagoda top. Is that the one you're talking about? Yeah, that was cool.
Those I love them things. You have 220 mile an hour on the speedometer and do every bit of it. It's like putting a Cadillac motor in a Pinto.
Sorry, I got to sneeze. I knew a guy who had a Vega station wagon and he put a 427 in it. And I'm like, even back then, I was like, that's the dumbest thing I've ever seen in my life.
You probably remember the Chevy Monzas coming out with them 354 or 400 small blocks in them.
Yeah, and to change the spark plug, you had to release the motor mount and jack up the motor to get the spark plug in.
You had to tear the car apart and turn it upside down to work on it.
Yeah. Yeah, the Monza. Yeah, I know what you're talking about.
I had one with 4-cylinder in it, but I wanted to do that, and I got to looking, and the subframe and all that in that wasn't made to hold it. Hey, Double Up. Yeah, I remember doing that all. But I wouldn't shoot them with a BB gun. Most of my, I spent all that time painting and detailing models, and then turn around and heat them up with my dad's torch, not melt them or melt the paint, and then I'd push them into each other like they wrecked.
That's cool. Yeah, I built a mini car model when I was a kid. That was my pay for cutting the grass. I'd cut all the grass, push more. It was a big damn yard. And my old man would take me to this place called Bob's Hobby Shop. And he'd go in there and buy himself an airplane model. And he'd let me get a car model.
Look at this, Yorga. I had one of these when me and my wife first got together. It's the model of this. I had the same car, 62 Bel Air 409.
Oh, I love those.
I had one when we first got married, and she's pregnant. And I bought it, and it was missing the console, back seat, carpet, all that. A guy had sent it off to get it because he was restoring it. And the shop did a bunch of work and closed down, and he ended up finding it in one of the bays in the back of the shop. Sold it to this kid, and his wife got mad. Well, I called him a kid. He was older than me then and had a wife. And I ended up buying it for what he got it for, and she got pissed because we had a baby coming and no back seat. And I'm like, I'll get us something else, or I'll get the seats for it. Or if I had that car now, that's another one that's rare, them old Bel Air like that, because the 409 was a special option. And
yeah, the 409. Just think about this. That model itself that you're holding in your hand is worth like $40 or $45.
Yeah.
We used to buy them for like less than $3 or $3 or something, you know. And the cars, you know, I don't know how old you are, but, you know, I was a teenager in the 70s. Everybody had a hot rod around here because everybody could get a hot rod for $600, $800, maybe $1,000. If you spend $1,000, you've got a really good one. Everybody had one.
I was born in 65.
Okay, I was born in 60. So, but I mean, it's still, everybody, you either had a Camaro, a Mustang, a big-ass Impala, a Trans Am, you know, a GTO, a Chevy 2. I mean, it just went on and on and on, and everybody had one. You know, everybody's trying to up the next guy, you know. We all race and all that kind of stuff, you know, but
had a buddy that lived as a neighbor to us. He lived a couple doors up, but he worked oil field, and he was always offshore. He was like a driller offshore, and he started this shit when he was young, and he ended up buying this. It was a 70 or 71 Barracuda, and he special ordered.
Oh, they're worth millions now.
Yeah, and he had it up front, and he talked to me, and he goes, "I'm gone all the time." He goes, "This summer." That's how cheap these cars were back then. This summer, if you would, he goes, "You like my car, you keep my grass cut. And when you come home, if you see my garbage can needs put out to the road or whatever, do that." And he goes, "I'll give you the keys, the car, and the title, and you shake my hand and promise me over the summer that you'll take care of that stuff while I'm at work." And he goes, "What, we'll be even." I told my dad about it, and he came and looked at it, and he's like, "Oh, hell no. This one had tons of motor work done. It had drag bars on the back and big, just been tubbed, and he spent all this money from the factory, and then after doing all this stuff to it, and he goes, "I'm not letting you have it." He goes, "You'll get killed in it."
Yeah, yeah, that sounds like my dad.
15 years old, and I'm like, "Well, Dad, just get it, and I'll let you."
Just you're already drawing pictures of it at home and shit, you know, in the car. You know, but if you also remember back then, anything that had 100,000 miles, that was like the death toll. You know, if you bought a car that had 100,000 or more, it was like that car was no good anymore. At least around here, that's how we thought. You know, and now, shoot, I've got a Jeep out here that's got almost 200,000 on it. You know,
it's like 80, 81, and I think it had 5,000 miles on it. He said he rarely drove it, and then he put it in the garage and worked on it when he wasn't working, because he's working that oil field stuff most of his life.
Right.
He was probably 3 or 4 years older than you, and he's probably 25 when I was 15. So he said he spent all his time offshore, and all his money went in the bank, so he just bought stuff.
Yeah. No life. Lots of money and no life.
Yep.
You know, that happens too.
And like you said, the cars back in the early 80s and the 70s, there's $500 is. He didn't care what it was worth. He just liked the sparkle in my eye. He told me when I saw it, he said, "You look like me when I was playing with it."
Yeah, those things are worth like 3.2 million now. A 71 CUDA in really good shape.
He had one of those giant sized Sears. You remember the portable buildings you had to put together? It had like 10 million screws. You put each panel, and each panel held it together. He built one of them around it. And it was off the ground on jacks. The tires weren't cracked. He had stuff on them. It had a cover over it. And open the doors, it still smelled new in it.
And the other thing that people don't realize is those cars, well, you were around back then, and the Fords were good, and the Chevys were good. You know, the GM cars were good. But anything Chrysler, they weren't worth a damn, man. I mean, the Dusters and even the Cudas and everything, I mean, they weren't good cars. They weren't built well. They didn't run all that great. I mean, you can get, you know, let's say a Hemi, you know, some sort of rare Hemi or something. And yeah, you got something, and now because there's two things. They didn't make as many of them. And the other thing that makes them super rare is they had a checklist that you could order cars, you know, with all these different colors and all these different things. So you could come up to Meacham's or whatever, you know, the auction with a CUDA that's plum crazy, the purple color that has a black alligator top, and, you know, all these options that somebody ordered, and they know there's only one of them, you know, so that's why it gets all the money. They gave out more options than GM and Ford.
I'm trying to find it. Oh, there it is. I found a picture of this one.
Of the one you were going to buy?
Not the exact one, but this is what it looked like. Here, I can't put it up here yet. Bonnie, you there yet?
71. Oh, I'm sorry. 71 CUDA was the coolest CUDA of them all. The 71.
That's the
I
car.
learned how to drive in a Duster. It was just fine.
Duster is a weird car. It's just a
71 Hemi CUDA. That's exactly what the car looked like, except
that's badass.
I don't even want to know what it'd be worth. I'd have probably traded it off, knowing me, for something. But
yeah, me too. I did all that. All those regrets. I had a 69 Mach 1, man. I mean, a really good one. And I got my girlfriend pregnant and got married and had to get a family car. Yeah. Sold that car for $1,200. It's worth $60,000 today. In the shape I sold it at in 1980 for $1,200, it's worth $60,000 today. Yep.
Yeah, I had one like it. Mine was a 71 Riviera that I bought. What I did is I bought a truck from my aunt and uncle.
You had the boat tail one, right?
Yep. and those are worthless. It had a 455 rocket in it. It was nice. It was up in Ohio, and it didn't have a bit of rust on it, but it had the brake lines and the fuel lines had gotten rusty back there over the rear end, and it needed to be replaced. And I wasn't working in a shop at the time, and everybody wanted obscene money to fix it. And some guy saw me out there looking at it on the one there one day. I was trying to figure out how I could do it in the yard, and he goes, "What are you looking at? It must have brake line and fuel line issues." I'm like, "Yeah." He goes, "Them Rivieras are known for it. You want to sell it?" I said, "Depends if money's right." He goes, "What do you think it's worth?" I said, "I don't know. I traded my truck for it, so it's worth whatever I can get a truck for." And he went and looked, come back, and talked to me a second. He was looking in his bank book. He goes, "I'll give you $4,500 for it right now." This is in like 84.
That was good money.
Oh yeah. I was like, "Yeah, that'll work if you can have it back here in 5 minutes and I don't think about this too long." He goes, "Let me run to the bank." I went in the house, so I didn't think about it. And he goes, "What's going on?" I said, "Guy offered me $4,500 for my Riviera." He goes, "You didn't take it?" I said, "He's going to get the money."
Yeah, that was a good offer. Was that thing rear wheel drive or front?
Rear.
Okay.
The front end on it almost looked like the Buick Electra. I think the trim was a little different, but it was huge in the front.
Yeah, and it was the same, not the same body, but it was in the same class as the Cadillac Eldorado.
Yep.
And that had front wheel drive. That's why I was wondering.
It was the sports sedan or whatever they called them back then.
Oh man, that was a cool car. Lots of glass in that car.
I love that thing. It'd spin the wheels. It had a positive rear end, and it would spin the wheels at a stomp at 60 mile an hour. It would chirp them going down the highway.
Yeah.
But I think those 455 rockets were like 450 horsepower back then.
They were. And that was nothing back then. I mean, no, it was something back then. In fact, it was like the max back then, but it wasn't unusual to have a car with that much horsepower back then. And just within the next few years, they went crazy with all the pollution shit. My Corvette, it's a 1975, you can look it up, was the worst year for Corvettes as far as horsepower. It only had 165 horsepower.
Say 150, 160.
Yeah.
Some like Malibus and stuff like that, family cars, you'd be lucky to see 100, 120 out of.
110, yeah. Something like that. So when I got this car, I said, "No, we're yanking this out," and I put a crate motor in it. So now it's got 333 horsepower, which as it should be.
And that's double what it came with. So
yeah.
Hell, you remember the 283 in the 60s? Those were the shitty motors, and they had 250, 300 horsepower.
Yeah, I like 283s. My favorite was the 327.
Yeah, I want a 65 327 so bad because it was like 375 horsepower. The one to come in the Corvette.
Yep.
I want one of them so bad just to build, and I want to put a tune port injection on it.
I totaled a 65 Malibu. It had 327 in it with a Hertz 4-speed, and that motor ended up going into a Corvette, a C2 Corvette, like a 67, I think. That's what it went into. Yeah.
Three of the highest horsepower motors from back then that I liked. The 302 that they put in the Camaro, which was like 68, 69.
Yep.
That 327 and the 427.
Yeah.
The 396 was nice, but there's a lot of them. There wasn't a whole lot of 427s, 302s, or those high horsepower 327s.
They kept putting the big blocks in the Corvettes, and I always, even as a kid, I was thinking that's too much weight, man. I mean, unless you're doing nothing but drag racing, but a Corvette is made for road racing. Yep. So after 74, they quit putting the big blocks in them. So somebody finally.
You're working on a vet, it's got a big block in it. You drop a hammer and you got to hunt for it. And that's
you
drop a socket.
Yes. But a 350 is perfect, or a 327 is perfect for it. You know, the weight, because my car, No, I'm not into drag racing. I'm 63 years old. My God. And the car's so old, even if there's parts that I know that are new, there's old parts that might go flying off if I try to do something really redneck. But I like to get it on a curvy road, because that's what the car's made for. It's like road racing, on curves, I like that shit. And do you know this? This is a fun fact. The guy who designed the C3 Corvette, like I have, his name was he was an Asian guy, but he was Asian American. His name was Larry Shinoda, and somehow or another, somebody at Chevrolet pissed him off, and he said, "Screw it, I'll go to Ford." He went to Ford, and he was the father of the 302 Mustang, the 302 Boss. Yeah, same guy. Same freaking guy, man. Yeah, he went over there, and I like those 302 Bosses, man. I think they're cool.
Like Shelby got pissed off. That's how Shelby ended up with Ford. One of the other people pissed him off, and he went to Ford with his idea, and they jumped all over it. And there's your Shelbys.
Yep. And there's your 302 Boss. Same story.
A lot of them guys were European engineers and stuff for the Euro cars. And
yeah, the father of the Corvette was a guy named Duntov. Something with a Z. I can't believe I don't remember it. But anyhow, yeah, it was like an Italian guy. No, Duntov was his last name. That's what it was.
I think I remember something about it. But yeah, Bonnie, you grab back your show. We're going to sit here and talk about cars.
Yeah, I know. Change the subject. Count Yorga is worn out his welcome.
I think you put her to sleep.
What, baby?
So I think y'all put her to sleep.
Vicky said we put Bonnie to sleep.
Right.
I'm sorry, Bonnie.
I am too.
You guys doing the eggs this weekend?
Easter's what?
Sunday.
Damn, I missed Tuesday and everything.
I gotta work. So I ain't doing crap.
I gotta get that brisket cut up for corned beef and get it in there. I got a thing where it only takes like a day or two and you can corn it out.
It's just me and my cat. I'm not dyeing any eggs for him.
Put in some catnip in some, and then put him some special buds in another. I had a buddy of mine, his cat name was Smoke, and the reason he named it that as a kid and couldn't figure out what he wanted to call him something else, and he ended up naming him that because every time he'd light the joint up, the cat would get up there and sniff at it.
We had a cat that would follow the bong around. If we were sitting around, like on that 70s show, passing it around in a circle, the cat would follow it around. Yep.
He said he put his baggie on top of the freezer, and the cat would get up there, and he wouldn't get into it, but he'd lay down by it, and he said sometimes you end up knocking it off the fridge just to let him know it's time to smoke.
I had a friend of mine that was at work one day, and he just, one of those days he was at work, all he was looking forward to was coming home, and because he had a little bit of weed, and he was going to smoke that weed and everything. And he came home and it was gone. And he had a little dog, one of these little yap ankle biters, and he had weed all over his lips. He got in there and ate all of his.
Maybe it's like a Cheech and Chong is Labrador.
Yeah.
We used to get our cats high. Do shotguns.
His cat would follow him. Then he'd go over and eat and lay down by his food and then get on the counter. And he said he'd sit there and lay down and watch the door.
That cat would sit and watch TV with my mom. She's like, "What's wrong with the cat?" He hasn't moved from that spot for like 3 hours.
Just think how high they get, though, too. It's got to be higher than we get.
Yeah.
Yeah, he said it didn't take a whole lot. He said he either exhaled and the cat would he'd stick his head in it and do it. And if he like shotgunned it, he said he'd stick his nose up for a minute, get a snootful, sneeze a couple times, and go lay down.
Our one dog got into my dad's scotch.
Yeah, they'll do that.
Yeah, and he drank almost a half a bottle of it. It was a mix of a German Shepherd and a Husky.
What are you doing?
Or not a Husky, but a Collie. And the damn dog was going nuts, man. We couldn't stop it. And he was running back and forth and down through the house. And he ran right into the wall. Bam! Ended up breaking his paw.
Oh my God.
Yeah, so my dad had it. We literally had to hide the alcohol from that dog. He was like a little alcoholic.
Man, if he was drinking scotch, that's some nasty shit.
Yeah, it is.
It's weird. I have not, and I'm a drinker. I have not acquired a taste for scotch, but my dad used to drink scotch. That 12-year-old Chivas Regal.
Yep, scotch on the rock.
My buddy.
Yeah, no water. Yep, just scotch on the rocks. I don't know how I remember acquiring a taste for beer because I hated beer, when I first started drinking it.
My buddy spent his military career in England, and we used to go over to him when he came back to the States and hang out over there at his house and have barbecues and stuff. And I'd sit over, we'd drink Guinness, room temperature Guinness, scotch and water, and throw darts all day long.
Room temperature Guinness. Oh.
It was rough, but he goes.
Yeah, you get used to it. It's like that stuff is so thick. It's like drinking a loaf of bread.
Yeah.
My Stroh's and Pabst Blue Ribbon is what my mom and dad used to drink. That shit was nasty.
I used to like Stroh's, and Pabst Blue Ribbon is actually pretty good beer, believe it or not. Doesn't give you a headache.
Remember Genesee beer?
You ever had Genesee cream ale?
I remember either hearing of it or something, but I don't think I've ever had it.
It's a beer up north.
They had Genesee and Genesee cream ale. I used to like cream ale up there, but that shit, it was one of the ones that did give me, most beer would give me a hangover before I'd start getting a buzz.
Yeah, Budweiser will do that.
And it was made in Geneseo, New York, Chuck.
Yeah, you had it.
I used to drink it when I was a kid.
Or Mickey's Big Mouth.
Yeah, that Little King's cream ale up in Ohio they had.
Yeah,
I don't know if
I
that's
love Little King's.
Utica Club was another one. I don't know if y'all ever heard of that one.
I've
Utica
heard.
Club.
What is it?
Utica
Club.
I've never heard of it.
From cars to beer.
We had a lot of grapes in upstate New York and a lot of beer making places.
Yeah, probably better ones that we have down here down south, more than likely.
Well, nothing compared to like Busch Gardens or anything,
We have that. I don't know. I haven't been there since 1977.
Yeah, Busch is a big seller in Ohio. Busch and Pabst.
Yeah, we got a big plant right here in Anheuser-Busch, but they're coming over serious boycotts all of a sudden right now.
Yeah, they started that shit in all the Busch products. And
Did you guys see that video that's going around with that guy whining?
Yeah, talk about shooting yourself in the foot financially. My God.
yeah, I want to ruin something we've had for a long time. Let's see how this goes.
Right.
Because the majority of them ones that scream that shit aren't employed.
If NASCAR boycotts them, they're done.
You know what, though? I thought about, and I went and bought beer today. I didn't go looking for them. But if I can find some of those Dylan Mulvaney cans, I best buy them and just stick them away somewhere for 100 years. They're probably worth some damn money, because they're not going to be around for long.
Yeah, they done, like somebody just shot themselves in the foot.
I'm not going to drink them because it might make me a little funny.
When
Jack, don't forget the Jack.
When Coke did what they did, I work at Walmart. Oh my God, their sales dropped so bad.
Yeah, Coke.
I found a little something out about Coke today. I'm going to speak in code right now. the product that used to be in it many, many, many years ago,
Right.
they now have a something like $60 billion contract with Big Farm,
Put it back
and they actually do the
We
synthetic
don't lie,
version
we
of
don't lie,
it.
we don't lie. Cocaine.
Yeah.
Just think how good it used to be when it had it in it.
No, but I'm saying, Yorga, listen to what I'm saying. There is a huge contract, and they make the fake stuff now, and that is their income. Part of
That's
their
what I
income.
heard.
Yeah.
All right. Well, man, I have to start drinking Coke again. Then.
No, it has nothing to do with the liquid, okay? It's to pharmacies.
Okay.
It's the real thing.
Don't get your hopes up, okay?
You know what? When I was a little kid, and this is back in the '60s, when my grandparents were from a very small town in Virginia, and they used to get you guys are old enough to remember when you get the big wooden crate with all the glass bottles of Pepsi or Coke. You know, I don't know, but it must have been 24 of them in there or whatever. But the big wooden crate, you had to bring it back to the store and all that shit. It was always paint missing from it and stuff.
red wagons, collecting the bottles.
Exactly. My grandpa would buy Coke for him. He'd buy Pepsi for us, all his kids, and everybody else. The Cokes were his. And I don't know if it had something to do with he knew something I didn't know, or but we could not drink a Coke. We had to drink the Pepsi.
My dad said when they were growing up, a Coke and an aspirin, and they'd be buzzing all night long.
Yeah, I bet.
I was like, dang, that's all it took. He said, well, you don't realize what was in that Coke.
I think
Well, me and a friend of mine just talking yesterday.
Yorga, calm down. Okay? Calm down. All right. I think they took it out around the 40s or 50s, if I'm not mistaken. At least by the 60s, it was gone.
Oh, I believe that, but he probably didn't know.
He knew what it used to do.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Yeah, I don't think it was in there when he was drinking it, but for some reason he could drink Coke and we could not.
I bet my parents they were 1927 and 1929. I bet they drank some.
I said, my parents were teens in the.
Yeah, my grandpa was born in 1901.
Wow.
And my mom and dad were born in the 30s.
And my grandmother was born in 1919, and I was like, damn. I asked her one time, hey, he'd been passed and I was grown. I'm like, you have a little thing for old men or something? Or
my father was born in 1922. Believe it or not, I was the youngest.
My great aunt from the Ukraine had a baby at 52 years old.
Wow.
Yeah.
I didn't know that was possible anymore after that. But
so now I have an aunt.
Seriously?
An aunt who's older than I am. I mean, who's younger than I am. I have an aunt, a Canadian aunt, who's about 30 something, maybe 40 by now.
Wow.
Slavian, or where is she?
I've heard of a 60-year-old woman having a baby.
I thought once you guys had menopause, you couldn't do it anymore. But
well, not everybody has menopause at the same time. There's some reason that women are having premature menopause.
Yeah, the things we got stuck in us when we were young.
Something.
Where did you find that out, Chuck? I'm interested in that one.
What?
What you found out about our kids ones that we got.
I'll have to hunt it up again and I'll get it for you if I see it. About the poking.
Yeah, because I got my little record here and I've got, I think, 5 total.
Oh, I'm in early menopause?
Yeah, that's one of the things.
Yeah. Early periods, too.
The showers tearing me up.
I've taken 1 FL shot in 2014, And I ended up with 3 years worth of sinus problems over that one that I took, and that was the only one I ever took in my life.
Benjamin, that doesn't surprise me. I kind of pictured you in that situation.
I wonder if you're in that kind of situation, if you're really good at golf, if you go ahead and let the guy win, or
What?
I would imagine so you don't get offended.
yeah, you offend him, he offends you with a hole.
Yep, Chicago kid. And that's, you can't help but know someone somewhere.
My dad hated Chicago. He said them people don't have no signs, and they don't. And the guy, we stopped talked to a guy, and he said they steal them all, so they quit putting them up. But this is back in the 80s. I don't know if they still do it or not, but we used to go visit our cousins. My dad would be like, "We ain't coming there no more. You're coming to my house."
Oh, hey, Bruce.
Yeah, my dad was born in 36. My grandmother was born in 1919. So I tell you, she was 17 when she had him, and he had one brother older than him, and I think by 2 years. So that tells you she was 15 or 16 when they got married and started having kids.
My mom was 15 with their first kid too.
It's my great uncles were in World War. Maybe it was just World War II. My grandmother was born in 30. What year was World War One?
From
40,
1941, like 1913 to 1917, I think, somewhere in there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
World War II was in the 40s.
1941 and 1945.
Yeah.
See, I'm good for something.
Because Browning was, and in World War II, didn't they come back? A lot of them, soldiers started coming back in the late teens, early 20s, didn't they?
See, that's weird, is because my parents are as old as y'all's grandparents, because my parents had me at 34.
My parents had me. My dad was 38. He was a fighter pilot in World War II. He was born in 1922. So I think I got you all beat. Yeah.
Well, he's a little older, too.
What?
How old were
How'd that feel, Yorga?
Yeah, but it still looks so good. They don't look.
If my grandpa was still alive, he'd be 122.
My dad would be 100 and I think 12.
I don't even want to think how old my grandparents would be.
My dad was 36. His brother was born in 34.
No, my dad would be 111 right now because he was born in 1922.
Your uncle and mom would be the same age. And your
My
dad,
grandmother would be 103.
It's so funny because when I run across people and we get to talking about history and whatnot, and I'm like, yeah, my father was a fighter pilot in World War II. They're like, it can't be. It must be your granddad. I'm like, no, it was my dad. My father.
Yep.
Yeah, I know a lot of them I used to talk to back when me and Vicky were together. One old man was in there. I don't remember who his name was, but he was in World War II, Korea, and Vietnam.
Damn. He was hardcore. Well, check this out. My old man was born in 1922, and growing up, he knew Civil War veterans. You know, old guys from around the town. They were Civil War people.
He hunkered over. He looked harmless, but
glasses.
Yeah.
Okinawa. For all his kingdom, Okinawa and the Marines. It's funny. My daughter just came back from Okinawa. She was there for 3 years. She's married to a Marine.
I remember Mike and him tell me that's a hard ass old man.
He is.
Vicky was a bartender at the VFW, and that old man there and said he was a spy for us during all three of them.
Yeah, he told me some horror stories. They all did about Vietnam. And, oh my God.
My buddy Mike, he was in Vietnam, and he goes, "That old man over, that's a hard ass son of a bitch." He goes, "I go over and hit him, and I bet he looks at me and laughs."
You say he was in Korea and Vietnam and World War II?
Yeah.
Great. Good. Look.
And he was like 80 or 90 some years old when I knew him back then when I played in the pool league with the VFW guys.
Yeah.
Only thing you can say about that is a guy like that loves that shit.
Yeah.
They love to be deployed.
Patriot. He's all about the flag everywhere, and it's how they say at his house. And
he was real quiet, unless he liked you, and then he'd talk to you, but that's about it.
If he liked you, he'd say hi. If he didn't, he'd just look at you.
Yeah, he had that look. Oh.
It's like, get off my lawn kind of look. Huh?
Can you all hear me?
Yeah.
Yes.
Well, my daddy was a World War II combat veteran. He spent 280 days in Foxhole.
Oh my goodness.
On the island of Luzon. And 25th Infantry, what they called Truman's Lightning in the Jungle at the end of the war. I just, he was what, he had a captain. He said, yeah, I was Captain Baker's favorite sniper. And, you know, the 25th Infantry went all throughout the South Pacific. And they had some serious battles at Luzon, of course, and Balete Pass, which they've renamed now because everything gets renamed, right? Everything, it's there was a general that got killed in front of my father. My dad said, "Don't go out there. Don't go out there. There's a sniper out there." And
sorry.
He got killed, and then 3 guys went after him, and they got killed. And it just was. I'm trying to think of the guy that they renamed the pass after, but I can't remember it right now. But not
I want to go to Iwo Jima. I want to go there bad. But it's hard to get on that island and get a pass.
That was before all this. That was before Iwo Jima was way before all this. And then my dad went to Okinawa, and they told those people that they were going to rape them and kill them and everything. And those poor people in Okinawa, they were jumping off cliffs to try to get away from the American soldiers that were not going to harm them in the way that they said they were going to harm them.
I've read about exactly what you're saying.
Horrible. It was just horrible. And you know, I don't know really what my point was, but you know, war fucking sucks. And the lies that they tell the people fucking suck.
We don't need any wars. I'm kind of with the hippies there. Peace. No
there
wars.
You go. My little icon.
Oh.
I'm really sorry, you guys, but
Baby,
you know, these young people nowadays, they don't get it.
Nope.
These young people don't get the horror of war. They do. You know, my dad, he won uh in a poker game, uh entire whorehouse. And he said to the madam, he goes, all you gotta do, I'm gonna give you the papers for your whorehouse.
The
All
deed.
you gotta do is feed the little children some rice.
Wow.
And she said, okay, I will feed the children rice every day. And you know, to this day, if you leave a grain of rice on a plate in Japan, they consider it um, very
Disrespectful.
exactly your exactly
Yes.
exactly. You if you leave one grain of rice on your plate, and those little children, my dad won literally in a poker game, entire whorehouse, and he just said to the madam, "Just feed the children." And she said, "I'll do that. I will do that."
That's awesome.
And you know, and
I
then
would have
my
fed the horse too, but that's just me.
Oh, Yorga.
dummy, of course.
I mean, I'm
Of
not making
course,
light
the
of it,
horse.
but there's more people than just the children.
If you feed them alfalfa, then her farts don't stink.
There you go. You see, you're one step ahead of me.
Well, I guess none of you ever been around cows and horses, because I'll tell you what.
I never won a whorehouse in a poker game, but I'm liking the story.
Well, my dad did.
Who remembers being pen pals with the people in war?
Yep.
I never did that.
Remember the bracelets with the names?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Y'all are older than me.
My stepfather was Vietnam and Korean War.
Can't catch me because the rabbit done died.
I think he was 27 years in, Sergeant Major. I don't know.
When I first started working for the big company that I worked for in 1979, I was 19 years old, and everybody I worked with was a Vietnam vet. And most of the guys didn't talk about it. But
Yeah.
you could, once you got into a certain conversation and they started to open up a little bit, you know, you could tell they were the real guy. You know, they weren't all, well, you know, I took out a machine gun nest and, you know, and all that
Yeah.
stuff. That guy's probably bullshit. You know, it's like the people that say they're Navy SEALs now or whatnot, you know, and they're not. But those Vietnam guys, man, I heard some hair raising stories, man.
Yeah, I know a bunch of them guys. When I shoot pool with them, Yorga, all they do is somebody'd walk in or somebody'd mention somebody's name or some kind of place or whatever. Next thing you know, see everybody in the bar's head would hang down and you'd see them like teary eyed. And once you got to know them all, like I did when I started shooting league with them, they start telling me all them stories, what those names meant.
Yeah, just some of the, I mean, not really mundane things, but like one guy I worked with said they had to go. I forget what you call it, but you go out on point, out in the woods, and it's like 3 or 4 guys, and you're just waiting for the enemy to come in. One guy has to stay awake, and a lot of times he falls asleep. You know, he's the watch or whatever. And this one guy that I work with, and I know he was telling the truth. He freaking woke. He woke up, and there was somebody else was supposed to be on watch, but they fell asleep. And he woke up and heard these Vietnamese voices. You know, I gotta, you know. like, holy shit. And he just froze. And he said they came walking right through where they were. One guy stepped on his leg, a Vietnamese, Viet Cong, whatever, stepped on his leg and kept on going. He said his heart was beating so hard. He said he knew that they could hear his heart beat, but they kept on going. And then they hit him from behind. You know, they were coming up on the compound. They were trying to protect, you know, but just stuff like that. You know, he said he woke up another time and had a snake going through his shirt. From the bottom of the shirt up through his neck hole, there's a giant snake going through, you know, stuff like that. It's like, holy hell.
Well, yeah, they were in swamp, and they what stopped that, or I think it stopped it, was when they dug the tunnel. The Vietnamese dug that tunnel.
They dug up a lot of tunnels.
Yeah, they did.
I knew a guy was a tunnel rat. They said he said
I did too.
Buddies that said he was crazy son of a bitch, said he'd jump in there, strip down to his skivvies, put his boots back on, and take a knife with him. That's all he took.
Yeah, a buddy of mine, well, I don't know, a guy I worked with, he was a tunnel rat, and yeah, they gave him a 45 and a flashlight. And he loved that shit. He was crazy as hell when I worked with him years later. You know, he was still crazy. There was something wrong with this guy.
Yeah, this old boy I knew, they said that he didn't want a gun because he liked it quiet. He'd come in, he said he'd sneak into barracks and stuff and get them, and go underground and find a bunch of them in there asleep and get them, and never fire a shot.
My daughter-in-law's father was a, what'd you call him? Tunnel rat?
Yeah.
Tunnel rat. Yeah.
Yeah. But he
they had to be small people. You know what I mean? They had to be a smaller person.
Short. He wouldn't talk about it. He refused to talk about it.
Randy's old friend lived over there where we lived over on Barren Ridge. His daddy, Josh.
Yeah.
His name, everybody called him Rat. He was a biker. Hell, he might have been 5'3". He said, when I was in the war, though, he goes, I only weighed about 130 pounds, 140 pounds. He goes, I was solid as a rock.
Yeah.
He said, there's sometimes I'd get down to them tunnels. He goes, I've laid still in them tunnels for 3 days.
Dang.
I just can't imagine it.
Yeah, and they'll tell you, a lot of them will tell you over there, when they were over there, the worst thing was having a child come up strapped with bombs.
Well, yeah.
To shoot them or lose your whole company.
I don't want to imagine it. And those are things, though, that we kind of need to think about. What if?
Yeah, because a lot of countries are still like that.
That's soon to be in a neighborhood near you.
They already are.
Yeah, they already are.
They already are.
Yeah.
And that's scary.
Yes.
Oh, shit. Oh.
You okay?
Yeah, I was stretching.
Oh.
Did you break something?
Oh, I've been sleeping on and off all day with these sinuses and.
She kicked this little TV tray table thing we got with cigarette roller on it. That's what if you heard the clunk noise.
Oh, yeah. I forgot about that thing.
Yeah, I could go to bed at night and wake up with like a sprained ankle, man. It's like, I'm like, what the hell, man? I can't even. What is this?
That happened to me like 3 weeks ago.
I told you.
Yeah. Yeah, he's a kid, though. My granddaughter just wrapped my knee for me. So I'm like, wonder if I should sleep with it wrapped. Probably not a good idea.
What'd you do to your knee?
Yeah, that ain't a good idea.
What'd you do to your knee, Bonnie?
Nothing.
What?
It's because I'm out of the vitamin A. It's
oh shit.
Arthritis is starting to flare up again, and
I got that bottle in there.
Start using that castor oil.
Oh, good God.
What?
No.
Don't good God that. You do all the rest of the stuff I'm talking about.
No,
I don't need no more regimen added to it.
nobody uses casserole anymore. I'll tell you one thing we used to use when we were kids that I wish they still have was Mercure
That's a
Crunch.
lie. Sorry, I gotta interrupt you. That's a lie because we can't keep that shit on our shelves.
People
Right.
are using it. And
Remember,
it's exactly all eating either. You can soak a rag with it and wrap it around an arthritic joint and
Well, people buy that castor oil up like crazy.
it'll dissolve. Not a doctor, just saying what I heard.
okay.
It'll dissolve bone spurs, arthritic stuff. It dissolves and melts stuff, stones, you name
Wow.
it.
I didn't know that. What is castor oil used for anyway? Because as soon as we put it on the shelf, that next night I go in to stock, it'd be gone.
My mom used to give me like a spoonful of it or something to make me like if I was constipated.
Yes.
So that's when I'm like, no.
Grew up with that and that Coca-Cola syrup.
But what about me? What about Mercurochrome? Remember that shit? You have a bike wreck and your mom would put that stuff on there and it'd turn your knee on fire.
Going on it.
Yeah, as soon as they put it on there, it's like somebody put a cigarette out on you and it burns.
Yeah, but it worked.
It did work.
Is that monkey blood?
Yep.
Oh, okay.
Or get a bee sting and they chew up tobacco and spit it on you.
We did that. I did the bee sting thing with that. Yeah, my mother used to break up a cigarette and wrap my finger in cigarette tobacco.
And I'll be damned if it didn't pull that stinger out and make it feel better.
Yeah, it draws it too. If you make it and put it on like a bandage or a wrap and put it over something to pull it out.
No, we just walk around holding it on there.
I'm saying I've heard people like for snake bites and stuff. Not saying it'll work, but the old folks would chaw tobacco and put it on you, tie a bandana around it, and it'd draw that stuff out of you.
Man, I was cutting my mom's grass one day back in the 80s, and I ran over a freaking yellow jacket hole. Of course, you don't know it because the lawnmower's going and everything. And all of a sudden, I felt like somebody was hitting me with like cigarettes in the back of my legs. Like somebody was, burning me with cigarettes. I was like, what the hell? And I had like 10 trillion freaking yellow jackets all over me. My mom heard me screaming, and so I go running in the house, man. I get buck naked in front of my mom, and I'm like, I don't know, 25 years old. And I'm like, and we're in the bathroom and she's killing bees and everything. And I'm completely naked except for I had socks on and tennis shoes. And we were like, okay, we think we got them all. And all of a sudden I heard this. They were down in my socks. I had to pull my socks off then and my shoes. So it was embarrassing. It was quite embarrassing.
I'm dying. I'm crying, laughing so hard picturing this.
I can understand.
That's a true story.
I had to go to the emergency room, York. I got stung so many times by him in the 80s. They were doing landscaping for this one place, and they were getting ready to put a flower bed around the perimeter, and it was on the edge of the woods. So they had this huge tiller they were running back here, and this one guy ran into a nest of them, and he ran away from it. All he did is slapped it neutral. So the auger's still spinning, digging deeper, more of them coming out, and it's sitting in place. So I volunteered since I was running the crew. I ran up and slapped it into forward, and the whole cloud of them followed me. They estimate I got stung like 400 or 500 times.
Yeah.
They said I was running across parking lots across the street and through a field, and I was pulling clothes off, whipping myself.
There you go.
And that's what you do, though. Have you ever been stung by a red wasp?
Yes.
No.
Scar on my stomach, Bonnie, from one.
They're horrible. And so I was driving the golf cart with my boss, and we were checking the place out. It was a ranch that they turned into a resort thing. And a red wasp, first it got in my ponytail, and so I was flicking my hair and thought I got rid of it, and all of a sudden I could feel it crawling on my back, and my shirt went off quicker than you can blink. And I did not care because I wasn't going to get stung by that thing because I know how they feel. No way.
must be psychosomatic. Now I could feel stinging all over me.
I got in my Jeep. I got in my Jeep before I left New York, and Bear would not get out of the back of the car, and it was filled with like a wheelbarrow and all this, and he wouldn't get out. So I go, okay, I'll let him sit in the back of the car for a minute. Well, I sit there and I cut the car on, and I have 2 yellow jackets fly up my skirt. Okay, I had a long skirt on, and
Oh,
one
no.
bit me on one knee on the inside, and the other one bit me on the other knee on the outside. I was lucky. Okay. But I walk in, and all of a sudden, Jim looks at me and he's like, "What happened to you?" And I was like, my knees were starting to like, they were like the size of, I don't know, like half an egg almost. And it was like,
Melons.
it was awful. It was yellow jackets. And Bear didn't
Yep.
know what was going on. I'm screaming.
They're aggressive. Yellow jackets, wasp.
God.
They'll just. Uh,
I was in my
they-
Jeep.
I
What do you
cannot
do?
imagine God's plan for them except to torment us.
Either.
Yeah. Be smart enough not to jack with them. That's the plan.
Yeah. The
When me and
best
my brother
plan.
were younger, we used to catch the red wasp.
They catch them or go get a damn badminton racket, and they'd be out there stirring the nest up, hunting them just so they can hit them with a racket.
Yeah, we had to get on them so many damn times about that.
They didn't have to worry about wasp around the house.
But you know, up north, they can hibernate, right? Well, lucky me, I pulled a shirt that was out of a box that was hibernating. One was red wasp was hibernating in my shirt.
Oh,
I
no.
put the shirt on, and oh my God, I thought it was it's like he said, it felt like somebody stuck a cigarette right there, right up under your bra. And two of my friends were standing there when it happened. I just ripped off my shirt.
I had to get
it off.
I had to get a series of shots. I got them one there like an hour, and then a third one after they found out somebody was coming to pick me up. They told me I got stung so many times I probably end up allergic. So I ain't been stung since. But
that was
Makes me wonder you didn't go into shock or something, because my first husband, he was like that. He got in a hornet's nest, and they barely got him to the hospital in time.
they said I turned beet white, or pale white. And then my cheeks were beet red, and they said I was like sweating, but I was shivering and just.
Yeah, we're supposed to have one of them.
Yep.
Things in case you ever get stung again.
What you were going to say, I'm supposed to carry one of those EpiPens too because I'm allergic, but you know, ain't no way I can carry one of those around with me everywhere I go.
My son-in-law thinks he's allergic to him. You ought to see him. He'll start whooping on himself outside, and there ain't even one on him. And I'm like, man, I got stung that many times. He goes, you ought to be running it. And I said, why?
I've never been stung by a wasp, but I've been stung by a bumblebee.
You can hear him.
That ain't no joke.
Yes.
My sister and her husband were down here visiting. We call him the wasp whisperer now because he'd sit on my back porch and there'd be like 12 wasps around him. And none of them would sting him or nothing. They'd just be flying around him. We're like, what the hell? And when he left, we were all like, you forgot to take your wasp with you.
Yep. Well, that's the way scorpions are here. If I shake out everything I put on, any of my clothes hanging in the closet, I shake them, even though I've seen one scorpion in this house. And
is there that bad down there by you?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, wow.
That's why you don't walk around the yard barefoot. Brown recluse spiders, black widows, scorpions.
Yeah, they say they also like to get in your shoes.
Yes, and so you beat your shoes against the bed or whatever before you put them on. You shake everything.
Damn. Them recluse spiders are bad here.
Yeah.
My thing is dirt dogs.
Everybody's going to be having nightmares about crawly things.
I'm itching and burning and stinging all over right now.
I was playing around in my grandma's garden a few years ago, and there had been a fucking dirt dauber nest built into it.
See, everybody told me dirt daubers don't sting. They lie.
They think those were the damn guinea wasps again, like the ones I got tore up by,
Yeah.
or hornets.
Mm.
Just because they're in the ground, they don't make them dirt daubers. Dirt daubers on the wall. If you see them where they're making their little tunnels, I don't think they.
Yeah, but the dirt daubers have homes that are left for other different kinds of bees.
Yeah.
Did you know that? They
No.
use them.
Yeah.
Didn't know that.
They build hives from them. I mean, they start out with that as their hive.
Well, don't put anything around your doors that has any kind of little holes in it, because that's where the yellow jackets will go. And because I had a
not moving to Texas.
Man, I'd be putting peppermint around my house. I'd be sprinkling pepper, cayenne.
You live in Louisiana or Texas, and you live in Louisiana or Texas, and you got either a cable vision box or a telephone box in your yard. Open them up, they're always full of black
I'm
widows.
gonna wear onion skin around, okay, to keep all bugs away.
You know what works? I get one of those little spray bottles at the dollar store, and I put like, I don't know, a quarter, if that much, of Listerine and water.
Really?
And I spray that on me in the summer, and they stay away.
And they're supposed to be
even the mosquitoes.
What is it, Bonnie?
Listerine and water.
Really?
Yep.
Mosquitoes love my ass. I'm gonna try that.
Yeah, they love me too. All bugs love me.
The ants and everything don't like that peppermint. That's if you use peppermint oil in your house, it'll keep them away.
I did it for spiders in my cabin because I just didn't, because there was lots of spiders at the lake. There's always lots of spiders at lakes. And so I had it, I actually had these tea bags that were peppermint tea, and I went around the whole perimeter of the cabin and there was carpet, and I went ahead and put it on there, and we did not have one single spider, not one cobweb, nothing.
That's a good idea.
It rocks, peppermint, and it's easy, it's cheap, it's, and it is more than just spiders too. It's just a deterrent.
You know,
I have peppermint essential oil.
Might keep ghosts away too. You never know.
You know those real tall speakers? Well, we had my barking at one day, and I was like, "What the hell is that dog barking at the speaker for?" So I went to walk over there, and next thing I know, my dog jumped back and yelled. Damn scorpion popped it right on the nose. There's a little baby black one, and they said those aren't poisonous, so I was freaking out. I was like, "Oh my God, what is that?"
Baron Ridge, I remember that.
Yeah. That poor dog, he took off. And then he wouldn't come out from underneath the bed so we could look at him. I guess he met his match.
Yep.
But yeah, I had my old man spraying for everything that day. I was like,
But I've never been around a scorpion, so let me ask you guys. So, of course, he can sting you with the tail, but do those lobster claws, can they do anything to you? Can they actually pinch or?
I never. The tail gets you before the claws.
Yeah.
No, I know that. But we have around here, we have these things called earwigs that look like kind of like a scorpion. No, they've got a claw on their tail. That's what it is with them. But you can pick them up, and that claw doesn't do anything to you. It can try to claw the hell out of your finger, and it doesn't hurt or anything.
Oh, that pincher thing almost looks like the end of a lobster.
Yes.
And it's black.
Yes.
Yeah, I've seen those.
They don't do anything. They're creepy as crap.
No. And now.
That's the one I saw here. I saw a black scorpion. It's not a scorpion.
Earwig.
Earwigs don't look like scorpions.
They kind of do.
Yeah.
They kind of do, but they got a pincher on their ass.
You know what
No,
insect
they don't. They got a pincher on.
Yorga bugs. There's Yorga bugs. We need a repellent.
Bonnie.
No, there's not.
Is them damn red ants. Oh my
Fire
God.
ants.
Oh, I'm allergic to them. I can't go near them.
God
That's
couldn't
when
do
I
it
carry
out
an EpiPen.
Okay, let's talk about cars again. I'm itching like I'm laying in
All right,
ants.
hold on. I got one more. I got to ask you about. Have you ever run across, and I've only run across 2 of them. Looks like a big ass ant, but he's furry and he's got red and wait a minute. He's got red and black on him. And I looked it up, and it's actually, they say it's not an ant. It's a type of wasp, but it doesn't have wings.
They call them cow ants. They're going to sting the shit out of you,
Yeah,
too.
they will.
Yeah, I had a feeling because he had that red on him. It's almost like from God warning you, don't fuck with this critter,
Yeah.
whatever it is.
You call them cow ants down here because they'll sting cows, and cows can die from it, get an infection from the shit. And
yeah, but they say it's technically it's not an ant; it's a wasp.
Yeah, my son got stuck.
What's that?
Is that an asp? ASP. Asp.
No, an asp is a snake.
Snake. I'll look it up and I'll show you, Bonnie.
No, an asp is it's a worm, but it's like black and red, and this lady at the resort got stung by one, and she had to go to the hospital.
I thought an asp was an Egyptian snake. However, I could be wrong.
No, I'll show you a picture. No,
I
I
don't
can't.
know, but I'm thinking about every bug I ever got stung by in my life right now.
I bet a centipede in your bed while you're sleeping at
You
night.
need to shut up, Yorga.
You guys.
Damn.
How about one of them big old boll weevils while you're sleeping at night and it bites you on your big toe?
How about
they say they do it big in Texas? They do.
How about duct tape?
Here you go, Bonnie.
May
Why
I
does it show me
interject?
snake?
Just
it is a
mute him,
snake.
May I interject? There is a serious difference between poisonous and venomous.
Yep.
There are venomous snakes.
Scratch my back.
Okay.
There he is. That rascal. I've seen 2 of them in my life. And
They got a weird name, and it says they are in the wasp family, and they call them cow ants. But
yeah, I gave him the right away. I just let him just do his thing, man.
I have never seen that. If I see that,
They're almost indestructible to smash.
And they're big too. Let me see if I can find a picture to show you what
they're beautiful. They're actually beautiful. I mean,
yeah,
they
are pretty.
Oh yeah, chiggers are awful too. Yeah.
Can anyone even hear me? There
Yes.
is a serious difference between venomous and poisonous.
Yes, ma'am.
If you ingest poison, you are poisoned. A venomous animal, like a venomous snake, and you get bitten by a venomous snake, you can succumb to the venom. And they have anti-venom for that. For near every kind of venomous snake, there is a anti-venom for it, right? If you can get your ass to a doctor quick enough.
Yeah.
And you got to know what kind of snake it is, right?
That's what I was going to say. Then the doctor's going to go, was it venomous or was it poisonous? I don't know.
There you go, Bonnie.
It's really handy.
That's the smaller one.
If you get bitten,
hang on,
a venomous snake, to grab the little bastard and take it to the doctor with you. Whether it be dead or alive, at least the doctor will know what you were bitten by.
Yeah.
Right?
Damn, I must have been a dumb redneck when I was little.
There's a big difference between venomous and poisonous.
It's still both of them will kill you though, right?
Yeah, it can.
My one son, when he was younger, he came in and told us, I caught a snake and killed it. And we're like, what? So my husband goes outside, Chuck goes outside, and he looking at it. It was a water moccasin.
Yep.
He said, we were like, it didn't bite you, did it?
We have them around here. We got snapping turtles and water moccasins. And I'm still not sure the difference between we have a lot of copperheads, but I think those are considered water moccasins too, right?
Yeah.
We have cottonmouths, which are black, and then they open their mouth and it's all white.
Yeah, cottonmouth, same thing. Water snake, poisonous water snake.
Yeah, they suck. They suck.
They're in the viper family, like rattlesnakes and stuff are.
We have a lot of them around here. They suck.
Yeah, the same son, he caught a squirrel. I don't know how, but he did. And it bit him. And he come right by a squirrel. I got bit by a squirrel. And we're like, no way, you didn't catch no squirrel. And all the kids were outside going, yeah, he did. Yeah, he did.
Yeah.
Yeah, those are venomous or cow ants, velvet ants, and they call them cow killers.
Yeah, when we took them to the ER and told them what happened, they didn't even believe us.
If a squirrel, think about this stuff. A squirrel can bite through a walnut. I don't want him biting me. You know what I mean? Because the bone right here in my thumb or whatever is less than a walnut.
Well, it got him right there in between the thumb and the pointing finger where you got that fucking fleshy part.
Yeah, your little web thing.
Yeah, they gave him a shot.
Sorry.
I got bit by a mouse when I was like 3 years old. I saw one. He was in front of me. I picked him up because I thought it was like Mickey Mouse. And I was like, hey. And then I really did. I was that naive. And he bit me right here, man, so hard. I mean, I had to go get rabies shots, all that shit. Yep. Just picked him up. He probably did have rabies if he let me pick him up, come to think of it.
I grabbed a mouse. He bit me, and they were telling me that I was gonna have to get rabies shots in my stomach. But the thing about it was, when I grabbed the little bastard and he bit me, I squeezed him to death, apparently. And he ran behind a door and died. And they tested him, and he didn't have rabies, so I didn't have to get shots in my stomach. And all that shit that they were trying to paranoid me out about. But apparently the mouse was rabies free.
My assailant actually escaped and went into the woods, and I had to have all the rabies shots.
Well, I killed the little bastard, and he ran behind a door.
I know. I wish I'd killed mine, but I didn't. I still thought it was Mickey Mouse.
I apparently squeezed him to death.
Yep. What's the caterpillar or asp? Oh, that's kind of. There is a snake called an asp. It's in the Bible.
Yep.
So I'm not totally wrong. Oh.
Black asp.
Kiss my black asp. I'm sorry, I had to.
Mike, you better watch it.
I know. But I had to. Y'all know it's funny.
Yeah, they all.
Why am I muted? I don't know. I've been talking to y'all, telling you, yes, it showed a snake. You were right. And I thought you heard me because you answered.
I think I'm some sort of charlatan over here.
I'm going to play one more that is awesome that I think that you will like.
One
Where is
more
it?
what?
One more guitar thing, and we're gonna close it up. This is the final.
Count. Final
The
countdown.
final
Oh
countdown.
my
Yep,
God.
that's not the song. I'm looking. Well, where'd it go? It's got to be this. Okay. So full. Now I gotta mute and do all that.
Excuse me, I burped.
I lied. I don't have to mute. I have to do the echo cancellation, so everybody else has to mute.
It's not rocket surgery.
Yes, it
Mute
is.
your
You come
God.
over here and figure this out.
Can't do
Okay. Is everybody muted?
I can mute.
Just because the echo cancellation thing. Okay. Which one is it? There it is.
pretty cool.
Yes, I love his guitar. Let me do the thing. Let's see if I can. There we go. Clear.
Ooh, that shit Anna sent me about the View, the way they talked about people on there, just ooh, it pisses me off.
What?
Whoopi Goldberg and Joey.
Oh, it's a bunch of clucks.
Yep.
I thought Whoopi was going like 20 years ago. Why don't the bitch leave?
She was supposed to go to Canada.
She needs to go to hell where she belongs.
Eventually.
Fucking demonic piece of shit is all they are.
If anyone can wait, I can do it. Got you.
Bonnie, did you hear Wyatt?
No.
He said, "We believe in you, Bonnie."
Wait, where'd you go?
I made Bonnie feel weird yesterday.
Why?
Because she said she's gonna have you hold me down while she whooped me. And I told her I might like that.
God, Wyatt.
Thank you. Yorka, I know I just saw you chat.
Hey, David.
Are you chatting in Chuck's?
Who?
Yorka? How could he be chatting in yours if he's on my panel? Well, I was going to drop Yorga's link, but he's not here.
Yorga doesn't have anything.
Not yet. He said if he gets 100 subs, he's going to play his guitar.
Get out.
What I saw.
There you go, Double Out. I dropped the link to that. Look at that. It's going to piss you off, but Daily Wire.
They're saying nobody's going to vote Republican no more.
If any of y'all have Yorga's link and can drop it, I'd appreciate it.
See. I'm trying to see where he.
Those women are delusional.
Yorga got quiet.
He's still muted. He's talking to himself.
Yeah, he's telling another story. I got another story. I got a story.
He's still going on.
Here, y'all. Everybody go hit Yorga and get him some subs up. There's on.
My God, I'm laughing so hard my face is cracking.
He's telling a tale that nobody will ever know.
He's smoking a cigarette, just hanging out.
Yorga, you're muted. Somehow your mic's not working, bud.
Oh man, my mic was muted. I was talking all kinds of shit. That's even funnier, isn't it? That's even funnier.
It was like silent movies. We see your eyebrows going.
What the hell?
And the thumbs up and the thumbs down.
Oh, I can't stop it. I'm crying.
That is hilarious.
Oh,
God, you were telling a tale nobody could hear.
I don't mind if I'm the butt of the joke if it's a good joke. You know what I mean?
Just a plain butt.
Yeah.
Messed up video I watched earlier. Vicky was watching some stuff out of Portland, and this one guy on here said, "How do you tell the difference in chocolate and shit in Portland?" And he'd walk up to chocolate.
Well, we didn't hear the end of that. What happened?
He was picking it up and licking it.
Oh, okay. We didn't need to hear the end of that.
No,
Here, I'm gonna drop you the link. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding.
I'm not gonna watch it.
Hey, drop that link where why you keep rubbing
Thank
my
you,
balls.
Lisa. Much appreciated.
You had me muted for that stupid song you played for like 9 minutes.
It
was just a guy going brown,
Hey,
and I was like going
to that.
Pipe down.
I'm only joking. It was good.
All
No,
right.
you made him wait 9 minutes and he forgot.
Did you send me that?
Yeah.
She told me to go on mute, and then she didn't tell me to come off of mute.
Well,
Lady.
you were talking anyway.
I did.
No. And
I
now
saw
I
your mouth
remember
move it.
while I was muted, you were going, look at him. He's just sitting there smoking that cigar.
That's it.
Yeah.
You
Here you
know,
go, Bonnie.
I told you were muted.
You want to hear a mom joke, Bonnie?
I didn't hear it. Anyway, go ahead. Yes.
Here you go. I can't get to it. I got to change this. All right. Now I'll do it.
How much technology do you need for a mom joke?
I'm guessing a lot, huh?
Tell me when you're ready.
Oh, you wait until you start streaming you're gonna be, how did y'all do this? What does this do? And you wait.
No, I used to live stream years ago. Yeah.
It's changed.
Huh?
You ready?
Not so much.
Yes, ready.
Here you go.
I'll quit arguing.
We're here
with you.
fishing the riverside with mom jokes round two.
Some might be dirty mom jokes.
Tell it.
So, this guy is laying in the bed with his new girlfriend. They've been dating about a month. Sex was just crazy. And every time she'd get done, she'd just rub his balls, and he enjoyed it. So, one night they're laying there, and they get done doing their thing, and she starts rubbing his balls. And he was just curious, so he asked her, he said, "Why you not rubbing my balls so much?" She said, "Because I miss mine."
That's a Yorga joke.
I should not laugh at
I gotta
that.
steal that one.
All right.
Vicky sent me that.
I know.
It's been funny. I miss mine.
And you wake up next to Dylan Mulvaney.
Yeah.
Ah!
What?
The 6-year-old girl that's like a 30-year-old dude.
All right, y'all. Thank you so much for joining us for Good Friday.
Sorry about that.
Happy
all kinds of everywhere. At least at the beginning, watch the videos. Love y'all. You have a blessed weekend. If I don't go live again, we'll see.
The beginning was kosher. We promise.
We did this for Good Friday. Guess what? For Easter? No, I'm just kidding.
Y'all have a happy.
And have a good night.
We're going to talk in the back room so y'all don't leave. We bullshit for 5 minutes.
I put it out there, Echo and Lisa. Just letting y'all know. Did y'all see it?
Thank you, Lisa. I'm not trying to get subs, but if it gets above 100, I'll go live. It's like that. And don't forget the thumbs down.
Okay, there's Echo. All right. Love y'all. Have a good
Love you,
night.
sir. Much love.
Thanks for having me on.
You going to stay up, Yorga?
Yeah, until you kick me out.